Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am the senior market strategist for NinjaTrader, and I am joined by senior economist Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning, Jim.
Wow. Well, I woke up and there's some market movers today. The U.S. Court of International Trade certainly is trying to slow the administration's role here on the tariff scene. What is going on?
All right, so obviously the big news overnight was Trump's strategy upended by court. Suddenly, everybody on Twitter or X, sorry, is a knows everything about the U.S. Court of International Trade that nobody's ever heard of until yesterday. So, basically, what happened is they struck down all of the tariffs that were proposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Now, this does not include the ones that were under Section 301, Section 232, and Section 201. So, what this accounts for is basically 7% of the total tariffs that are on the docket as of this point. So, not, it sounded initially like it was all of the tariffs. It's not, it's about 7% of the tariffs because there are other avenues that the Trump administration has used to put on tariffs. So again, this is only the tariffs initiated under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Now, obviously, the markets loved this news, but have since pulled back, and I'll tell you a little bit why. First of all, immediately, this is going to go to a court of appeals, could perhaps end up in the Supreme Court. That said, these tariffs can be reinstated by either Section 232, Section 122, which would provide up to 15% of tariffs for 150 days without any intervention, and again, Section 301 investigations. Now, these would take a little bit longer to initiate. Other than Section 122, that could happen and right away. And so, Goldman Sachs came out and said in a letter to their investors that, Trump can find other ways around this. Some of them may take longer, but certainly this does not put a halt on these tariffs. And I think the markets are kind of digesting this since we've seen this. We saw oil spike on that. Since has given up those gains. We saw gold puke on that, now has clawed its way back into positive territory. And so markets are kind of adjusting. But when the news did hit, we did see, Asian markets were up. European markets are closed today except for the bond market. So note that as you're trading, because volumes will probably be a little bit muted in the markets today, in the U.S. markets today, being that they're closed. But we're kind of, already seeing a little bit of a reversal of this huge move as markets kind of digest the fact that maybe it's not as big a deal as it initially sounded on the outset. In other news, obviously, we had NVIDIA beat last night, was great, but there was something in their statement that is causing U.S. senators concern this morning. And that was they were thinking about, or they were saying they're going to lease an office in Shanghai. Now, you had U.S. senators come out again this morning and say that this is of national security issue, and they want to know more about what this facility's purpose will be, what its activities will be, what financial incentives they may have received from China for this. So that is under scrutiny this morning.
Yeah, so we were hit with double whammy of news overnight, and the even the S&P is an example. It was up last time I checked 1.25%, and then now we're only up about 80%, 0.8%. So, like you said, it's the market's kind of adjusting to the reality here. Back to tariffs, though. One of my questions, it seems like automobiles and steel and aluminum, those kind of products are totally outside of this last of the international court's action. Is that true?
Correct. It's solar products, aluminum, automobiles, steel, and the initial Section 301 of all China products that were under tariffs under the first administration. Again, the ones that were struck down by this court order really only account for 7% of the total tariffs, and that is on Mexican tariffs, 10% reciprocal tariffs, and some Canadian tariffs, and some China and Hong Kong tariffs.
So designer handbags are in jeopardy, but other than that, I mean, why weren't some of the tariffs just enacted? The Trade Act of 1974, which I think is Section 301. Why didn't everything go through that initially, or is there some reason?
I, if, again, I think that some of those take longer to carry out. And so the easiest way was with the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Again, all of these can be reversed under other tariff policies, and likely will be. But, initially, again, it's also, they filed an appeal right away on this. So,
Yeah. Well, yeah, the reaction was, I'll use the word caustic. I mean, it was a big reaction overnight. The volume was pretty hefty.
huge.
I mean, yeah, and we did over 250,000 when I woke up. I wake up early. I know you wake up early, and it was already like 250-ish when I woke up, and I was like, wow, this was people were participating overnight in the Globex session pretty rapidly. Bonds sold off a little bit. I'm tracking that. Now they're kind of going back to unchanged slowly but surely. And it looked like they were going to break back into that downward trend channel. So it does seem like things are stabilizing. I'm looking at the U.S. dollar right now too, Shai, and it's kind of like it's not a scenario where the dollar's way up or the dollar's way down. All the different currency pairs are mixed. Some of them are down a little bit, some of them are up a little bit. So I don't know if that's confusion or just regular business.
I think it's a little bit of confusion. Obviously, we opened gap up on that. We did hit over that $100 mark overnight, but since have sold off and back, at that 99. So again, we're kind of seeing a reversal in all the markets from the initial reaction from this court ruling.
Yeah, and by the way, good morning, chat. You'll notice no Delhi today. You will see him. He will back. He'll be back next week. We do miss you, Anthony. But we do have Tracy. We have the best chat.
Deeply.
We have the best chat that there is in this space. Easy, hands down.
Oh my God, I love it. Everybody in the chat. Everybody's great. Thank you so much for being here every day. We really appreciate you. Absolutely.
Absolutely, for sure. So we do have a couple of, at least for me, new guests that are popping up today on the show, including Tom Luongo. Tell us a little bit about Tom.
So Tom Luongo is great. He is the publisher and founder of the Gold, Goats, and Guns, a newsletter and podcast. He is, I've interviewed him before on Mic Drop Markets. He is fantastic. He knows, he thinks he's an outside of the box thinker. So I really want to get his, I want to talk to him a little bit about the Fed, about tariffs, about what's going on with the new big, beautiful bill, and kind of get his take on that, because he always surprises you with some of the way his mind works about these things. So he'll be a great person to talk to.
Yeah, and last night when I ended up listening to a bunch of his podcasts. And I'm like, oh, I could be up all night listening to this. This is great stuff. So looking forward to have him on today. We also have the Pivot King is going to be with us today. Stephen Marcantonio. I mean, this is all Italians this morning, it sounds like. So I'm looking forward to that chat with him as well.
Yep, and we do have some 8:30 data today. We have jobless claims, continuing claims, personal consumption, core PCE price index, which is not to be confused with core PCE, which is tomorrow, which is the Fed's metric for inflation. This is just the price index. We have GDP revision. At 10, we have pending home sales. 10:30, we have natural gas inventories, and at 12 p.m., because of the holiday, we have crude inventories, and we'll go over those before we sign off for lunch today.
Yeah, at initial glance, I mean, GDP is the first of two, maybe three revisions, right? They issue the report for the previous quarter, and then they revise it a month later. That's the first revision we're facing, I think, today. And generally, it's not a big deal, right?
No, it's definitely not going to be a market mover. Again, when we look at jobless claims, expected is 230, continuing claims 1890. Really, we've kind of been looking at these same numbers for weeks and weeks now. I don't think that, jobless claims are not really going to start to matter until we start seeing that at about 350K or above. That's when the Fed's going to get upset. So, if we stay in this kind of, 230 area that we have been for the last couple months, it's not going to be a market mover.
Hang on, Tracy. I'm just going to change my my earpiece real fast here. Whoa. Hang on, everybody. Sorry about that. Could you hear me okay?
And then cut off.
Yep, I can hear you.
There it is. I have his podcast. I'm back. So,
right, fantastic.
I'm having an earpiece malfunction, and I do have my backup plan. I have my old earpieces, but I think we're good now. So sorry about that. In any event, any other news you think that happened overnight or that's facing us today, other than the possibility of unplanned news, which seems to be the par for the course these days?
We'll see par for the course. I would be prepared for some Trump tweets today or posts on Truth Social with regards to this court ruling. So keep that in mind. Who knows what's going to pop out today from the administration. So we will keep everybody apprised of, anything that comes up that's market moving. I always post that in the ticker that you see below us, and also in the chat.
Yeah, and I want to ask you before we go to the Edge report, just about crude oil. I mean, we're up a tad bit today. We talked a lot about OPEC Plus and stuff yesterday. Anything to think about today going into the trading session for crude?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it popped overnight on the tariff news because that we would avoid a recession and everybody would be using oil again, even though everybody is still using oil and demand is still rising. But, market sentiment is poor. I do think it's, made a nice clawback from that $60 area. It seems to be, that we do see buyers come in around that area because of, if you listen to earnings and all the conference calls, you have a lot of U.S. shale players really worried and cutting capex with oil prices this suppressed. And, I do think we will see higher oil prices going into 2026, and we might see, a summer spike where, this big global recession due to tariffs doesn't come into play. Now, if it does, that's another whole issue for the crude market. But so far, it looks like we're not going to see that immediately. And again, we still have a 90-day pause until July, so we'll have to see what happens in July. That could change the trajectory of everything. But until then, we're kind of in this hurry up and wait for trade deals.
There we go. Well, I think it's time, Shai, to go to Jim Cagnina for today's Edge Report. Let's do that. All right, everybody. Let's start with crude. We just started talking about it. Right now, this is a daily candle chart right here. We're in a long kind of period of consolidation in the WTI crude. I got the July front month up right now. We kind of started this journey sideways on the 15th of May. And you can see we have some decent support here around the 60 spot 87, a decent amount of resistance up here at 62 spot 46, and all the moving averages and the VWAPs and everything are going sideways. Stochastics are starting to slope down a little bit, but not a big deal. We're right in the middle of that range between 20 and 80. So it just seems like it's found its sweet spot right here, and there's not even a retracement to talk about at this point in crude. Just going to the intraday chart here, we'll just take a look at some targets here. We do have downside target at the pivot here. This is the pivot at 61 spot 75. That Jack's 2 level down here is at 61.50. Below that, Jack's 4, S1, previous sessions lows, all kind of tangled in love down here around the $61 level. On the upside, we do have that 1-day max and blind spot 2 for Menthor Q, 63 spot 21. We have R2 a little bit further than that, 63.44, and then another blind spot up here by Menthor Q at 63.60. So there are some targets here, but so far a normal distribution day in crude. Let's shoot over to the micro NASI just because we talked about NVIDIA and all that stuff this morning. Again, we have a nice rally here. We had a little bit of, actually a lot of resistance right around that 21,530 level. We popped above it today, but we have a seller's candle here, a seller's wick at the top of today's candle, kind of pushing us back down. We have been trading along that 8 EMA pretty nicely, and this market has been oversold on the stochastics forever. Again, it could remain overbought, forever. So I'm not going to look too much into that. Just going into the intraday, again, we got some levels here as well. At the top, really the London initial balance framed the top of the conversation here. This is resistance right now, right by blind spot 2, right above it. That's approximately 21,850. And then, nice kind of orderly sell-off after the initial balance in London was over, all the way back down to R1. We tagged our R1 right now. That's 21,619. We're giving back some of this huge gain that we saw immediately on the Globex reopen last night. We have Jack's 3 down here at 21,550, which is just slightly below previous sessions highs. So that could be an area of interest as well for the bears. Going a little bit further, that Jack's 1 level at 21,500. That's pretty much where we started this rally from overnight in Globex. And then we got the pivot down here as well as another target. And that's approximately 21,469. So those are some targets here for traders as well. Let's shoot over to the 30-year Treasury bonds. We'll go to this. Remember, we're in the September contract in the Treasury, the interest rate markets right now. So we're literally in this trend channel here still. We kind of popped above it yesterday a little bit and the day before. Right now, we're kind of right in the top of the trend channel. And this thing started selling off back at the end of April 30th. And it's kind of been moving down pretty nicely here. We got area support, a double bottom really at 110.25. Yields this morning, last time I checked, were over that 5% level a little bit. We've been, popping back and forth in the cash and on the yield side above 5, a little below 5. the last several days. So we'll see what happens here. We do have a buyer's wick kind of pushing this back up, and this is, kind of reflective of what's going on in the other markets, where we're going back to now that we've digested this news, now that Tracy has explained what's going on with the tariffs, the market's catching up to her. Right now, we have point of control kind of established at 111.23 We have some targets up above, high vol level at 112 even, pivots right above that. So again, a couple of area of interest right there, but that's kind of framing where we started this whole sell-off right now. But this is a nice retracement back up. JAX1 is right at that 111.16 level, and it's also right by that S1 level. So for day traders, keep it. If you're bullish, maybe there's going to be retracement back here you might want to participate in. Alternatively, you might want to shorts might want to target that as well. Right now, it's looking kind of strong, though. It's kind of bouncing right back up. Having said all that, is today's Edge Report. Let's introduce our new guest, Tom Luongo. Tom, did I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah, Luongo.
Luongo. Okay, because if we were in Italy, it would be Luongo.
Well, we're from Brooklyn, so
Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I was listening to some of your podcasts last night. They're great. Gold, goats, and guns. How did you come up with goats and guns?
Oh God, it goes back to my first days at Newsmax. We were doing a retreat with all the newsletter writers, and we were going around the table at the end of the weekend. And I had just been hired, and the assistant publisher, Christian at the time, said, what did you learn this weekend? He said, I learned that Tom Luongo is the real deal, and I want to do a promotion around him called Gold, Goats, and Guns. And I wrote that down, and I went for future reference. And there we are. When I went independent, I'm like, that was the only thing that popped into my head. So,
wow. Thanks for being on. This morning, we woke up and markets were reacting as usual to some unplanned news. And it's tariffs just seems to be the gift that keeps on giving. What's going on?
So does the judiciary, to be honest with you. We're in Gold, Goats, and Guns. We've been discussing since literally the day after the election that we would have to fight the judiciary all the way down. It was very obvious that they were planning on opposing everything that Trump does through the judiciary by having every traffic court in Maryland decide that they can set foreign policy. And it's funny. We even have Ketanji Brown Jackson telling us that we should want these things to happen so that the Supreme Court can rule and decide whether or not the president has these Article 2 powers or not. Excuse me, we have, as Tracy pointed out, we have legislation, we have the Constitution. We don't need a Supreme Court justice to turn us from a common law country into a French administrative state and have to rule on every little wrinkle because the Democrats have got their panties in a bunch, to be frank. And that's where we are. And it's all just a game of extend and pretend. It's all just a game of spray and pray. And that's the way this has been, like, from the geopolitical level and from the financial level and from the domestic policy level. That's what they're doing. And everything can be seen from, once you see it through that lens, once you look at it from that lens, you realize what they're doing. They don't have the law on their side, but the game now is to wait Trump out until the midterms and hope that they can create enough uncertainty around his presidency that they can come in and basically steal the midterms again. Nothing changes. So,
and then I want to kind of shift the focus a little bit. I want to talk about this big, beautiful bill that we have coming up. That's going to add 3.8 trillion to the deficit. So, do these tariffs really counteract that? What is this going to look like? What does this mean in general? I mean, obviously, fiscal spending is never going to stop. So what are your thoughts on this in general?
Well, what I'll say is this. I think everybody really needs to take a step back and remember what a budget reconciliation bill means versus a budget rescission bill, which is what Trump just posted up that they're going to submit tomorrow. under budget reconciliation and Senate rules, as Stephen Miller has pointed out to all of us, the only thing they can cut is mandatory spending. That's the only thing we can talk about. It's also a 1-year budget reconciliation bill. So the Congressional Budget Office doing a 10-year projection of the deficit add here is nonsense. Moreover, most of the deficit that we're adding are just the existing tax cuts that are already here, the existing tax brackets that are here. They effectively double counted the tax cuts by assuming previously that the old tax, the pre-Trump tax brackets would be in place, and then the new ones would come into being. And so they use that as a means by which to demagogue. And I mean this sincerely, demagogue. And now they have all the libertarians out there demagoguing about this as well. It's hilarious. All that really matters is at the end of the day, this bill is supposed to and should cut taxes and spur investment and growth. That's what it should do. And leave Trump clear so that he doesn't really need Congress for anything else until after the midterms. And that's why they're fighting him so hard on this. Again, go back to extend and pretend. Okay. The Senate loses, the traitors in the Senate, the GOP in the Senate loses all power once this bill passes, because Trump doesn't need them for anything until after the primaries. Okay. You have to think about the political calendar here. That's what is going on. They're going to get into budget talks in the fall and all the other stuff. But for the most part, they just want to get down to the business of clearing out all the agencies and cleaning all that stuff up. And that's what the cabinet was designed to be. And that's why they've been fighting this tooth and claw. I was talking to somebody who's close to Russ Vought at OMB, and the culture within the agencies is so bad that they don't want to even try and cut spending, because they don't believe it's possible. Well, they don't believe it's possible because they don't want to believe it's possible. So we're getting the rescission bill coming up. That's right. It's like, to me, that's like right on the Gantt chart. It's like the right thing to introduce that into the discussion now, so that people understand the difference between the two things, and then, say, oh, that's where the cuts are going to come from. Okay, good. Thank you. So I'm just, I find this whole thing just completely obnoxious personally.
Well, let's turn this a little bit to markets, because we do have a bunch of traders on here. So what do you think this means in general for the markets in general, for the gold market and for the bond market?
Sure. What I think is that volatility is going to reign going forward, because frankly, what I would like to call Davos, which is our old European colonial masters who actually do think they still run the global financial system with us as their tail wagging their dog. They're going to continue to play the games that they've been playing. They're going to continue to use their massive stock of treasury over in the European Union to attack the yield curve. I think they've been doing it for a while now. That's why that's why the long end is up and the belly is down. They've been doing this going back into Janet Yellen's. This has been going on for 4 years now. This whole, let's create an inversion at the 1-2 level and sell off the 10-30. So they're selling 10s and 30s. They're buying 1s and 2s. We've got the fiscal refinancing cliff wall that everybody's worried about, which is clearly an issue that we have to deal with there. So what would we expect into that? If we posit there that the United States has enemies, that the Trump administration has enemies trying to fix everything, then you have to assume that those enemies are going to use every weapon at their disposal to do what we're seeing. And so what I expect volatility. That's what I expect. I expect the stock markets to effectively be choppy. Gold is going to be a plaything, but it'll probably still grind higher. We'll see more and more discussion about how the United States is falling apart and how Europe is so wise and insouciant, which is insane. But that's the world we live in today. Has anybody noticed that Europe is never the problem, but it's always US and Japan? When the US, when they can't make the argument that the US is falling apart, they immediately turn around and attack Japan. And we all, like in the financial commentary space, all like rabid dogs. We just follow follow their postman's truck. It's crazy. Like, that's not what's going on here. It's all distraction. They have $4 trillion worth of treasuries across the Eurozone to attack long dated treasuries to attack our bond markets with. They have amassed since Jerome Powell started raising rates back in the summer of, so I started tightening in June of 2021, 1.4 trillion. Okay. There's a policy coming.
So, Tom, hold that thought for a second,
Sure.
because we're going to have some economic news hit the
Mhm.
tapes. We have jobless claims, GDP revisions, and I want to ask Tracy what we're expecting here.
So for initial claims, 230K, continuing claims, 1.893 million. Again, I don't think this is going to matter to markets if we kind of stay in this range. I think markets are going to start caring if we start seeing 350,000 or above on initial jobless claims. I think because that's when the Fed would start getting worried. But if we stay in this band that we have been, I don't think it's going to matter to markets that much. So we will find out on that. We also have core PCE price index, which is not to be confused with core PCE inflation, which is tomorrow, which is what the Fed really cares about. And then we also have personal consumption. So we're getting the numbers in now. Personal consumption was 1.2% versus 1.7% expected. Initial claims came in at 240K with 230 expected. Continuing claims 1.919 million at 1.893 million expected. So nothing completely crazy.
Boring.
All right, all right. Thank you, Tracy. Tom, I wanted to go back to you on gold. So let's talk about this a little bit in relation to the U.S. dollar in particular, but in Bitcoin, actually, we could throw that in the conversation as well.
Of course.
Gold's trading at relatively high levels still. It looks like the trend's still kind of bullish. You mentioned maybe we're going to grind higher a little bit. What do you think the end game here is in gold?
I think it's an interesting moment in gold right now because I don't look at daily charts. I don't look at the intraday charts. I look at nothing but weeklies and monthlies because I'm geopolitically focused. So I think about the larger trends. The gold just put in its weekly high closing price of all time 2 weeks ago, and it hasn't backed off from that. So let's watch to see how May closes. May looks like it's going to throw an inside bar, meaning we didn't break either the previous high or the previous low. So we may be getting a small pause, which I think would be good for gold here in May, June, maybe even into July before we make another stab higher. It's going to depend not as much on the dollar itself, because I don't consider gold the anti-dollar, or more in the Martin Armstrong camp, that this is that gold rallies hard during geopolitical tension. So between now and the early part of July, and it looks like everything is starting to kind of come together in the middle of the early part of July. The EU's 50% tariff threat from Trump goes into effect. The reports are that the Ukrainians are going to run out of U.S. aid by about that time. There's a variety of things coming together in that time frame. If all of those things work out for basically peace, then you'll see gold kind of just, trundle along for probably the rest of the year. And as long as inflation doesn't, really start to rear its ugly head, which, depends on what the commodity markets do. So then we have to have that discussion. As far as Bitcoin is concerned, Bitcoin is being legitimized to be a bearer asset and a collateral asset within the U.S. financial system. It only goes higher from here. It's basically in the process of breaking out now above previous highs. Same thing a couple of weeks ago through a weekly high closing price, while also making a new all-time high, not closing above it. And I think that that's a very bullish setup for Bitcoin to make a big move here.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for coming on. Hopefully, we will be able to have you again. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Tracy. You guys take care. Have a great day.
Yeah, and Tom, real quick though, just so people could find you, I put the X post, I put Tom's X in the chat. Definitely worth a follow. Check him out, and then you got to check out his podcasts. They're awesome. The link is in his bio on the X feed. So, Tom, thanks for being here. Greatly appreciate you spend time with us. All right.
Absolutely interesting. Another gold and Bitcoin bull. So it seems that is pretty much the market consensus. So we will definitely have to keep an eye on those in hot commodities, especially. We will go over those often.
Before we move on to the next guest, I'm watching the 30-year bond market, and it's just caught a bid on this data that just got this hit the street. I mean, we're at a 112 handle right now in driving. I'm kind of surprised that we're having this move in bonds right now.
It's a huge move in bonds right now. So we'll keep an eye on that market with you, Jim.
All right, all right. Well, Tracy, thanks. We will be chatting again very soon. I appreciate being here with you in the morning, and we're going to bring in our next guest. The next guest, this is the Pivot King is with us. Stephen Mark Antonio, another great Italian, is with us today. How are you, Stephen?
I'm fine, Jim. Nice to meet you. First time speaking with you. Honored to be on the NinjaTrader network and honored to talk charts with you. I've seen a couple. I just reviewed your Twitter and I like your analysis. I like the way you speak the markets. It's kind of on the same level that I like to look at these markets, including your pivots that you show, which I mainly look at are pivots. We have a forum with a bunch of pivoteers, and we like to sniff out very good, strong resistance levels. So I'm honored to speak with you regarding these levels and charts. Glad to be on the show.
Well, we appreciate you being here. The daily pivot. So when I was in the floor way back this is a long time ago. I was a kid. I was a runner on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade, 1979, 80, 81, in that era, high interest rate era. And I was in the bond pit. And there was this guy that would sit outside the Board of Trade, and the traders would go give him some cash. They'd give him, and then he would give them a piece of paper. This looked like an ordinary street vendor almost guy, right? And
Mhm.
so I was like, "Hey, what is he giving you guys? What are you doing?" And he's like, "Oh no, these are it." What turned out is those were the daily pivots. This guy was calculating them on a napkin and handing them out before computers, before anything. So they've been around a long time.
Well, pivots are good. Just yesterday, if I don't know if you see on my Twitter, we caught the exact low to the tick. We have a trademark called to the tick. We like them to the tick. And just yesterday on that NVIDIA earnings, you can see even on the Twitter, we were looking for a 58.90 level right before the NVIDIA earnings. It hit it to the tick and flew. We did state that if 59.55 gets taken out, look for a quick move to 6,000, and it came. So pivots dictate how these markets move. Now, there's a lot of swing traders, there's a lot of intraday traders. We like to look at levels because a lot of the trading has been institutionalized with a lot of uh, digital digital markets. Like you said, back in the pit, you're talking about way back towards now. Things have changed. The markets have changed. A lot of the old timers that I've even speak to have been trading for 30 plus years have even stated the markets have changed. So you got to adapt with the change. As the markets change, you need to change. And a lot of people that haven't changed, even speaking to people that have been trading for a long time, are so entwined with the way that they used to trade that they make a lot of mistakes. But with mistakes, you learn. And as you learn, your trading journey progresses. And that's the difference between someone who stays in the past and someone who keeps on developing their trading uh, within their trading journey. They just get better and better. So the more you speak to even being a part of a community, the right community, the further you're going to go on your trading journey. It's just there's a lot of information out there that could also hurt you as well. You just have to be able to dissect and trade these markets with well, there's as you well know, Jim, there's a lot of attributes with trading,
Yeah.
right? You got to be patient, you got to be a lot of traders now they want to start out in 1 or 2 weeks they make a bolo and all of a sudden they think they're professional traders. They get in these markets and they get the shots. So you
Yeah.
definitely got to be careful and you definitely got to, put your time in to
Ye-
well, pivots are the best if you ask me. But anyway,
So, well, you're the king. You're the pivot king. So of course you got to say that.
there you
But
go.
so I have an intraday chart on the screen. I don't know if you could see it or not. This is a 30-minute candle of the E-mini S&P right now, and I have a couple of things that I post on here. I post I post some options levels from Mentor Q, and I also have some pivot levels as well, which is a plugin I think I got from somebody to plug into the NinjaTrader trading platform.
Mhm.
And so when I look at these levels, R1, R2, and you can kind of see a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times they act as support or great targets. As an example, my R2 level, it framed the bottom of the London session perfectly, right? We tagged it
Mhm.
perfectly. And I'm not surprised at that, right? It happens all the time.
Yeah.
And is it because a lot of traders use this as levels and that's where supply and demand is, or what's the phenomenon here?
There's when everybody's on the same page, things would change. If you ask me, uh, institutions like to hunt stops. It provides liquidity for them, and they have access to the book. A lot of the retail traders, though, such as myself and others, are getting very smart. We're kind of getting the same tools as these institutions are. Things have been changing, and especially for the last couple of years. So they like to hide at certain places. I don't know. It's just these pivots work when we map them. It's just they end up going to the same place where these institutions and big money like to come in. And I don't know if people listening to me, because I've asked, people on my the forum to come in and tune in. There's many times we get them to the tick, just like yesterday, calling a 58.90 that gets hit right to the tick and bounces. It's not fluke, it's skill. And it's not just the first time we've done that. So there's others out there, which I call pivoteers, that basically dissect these charts. They're good chartists. They know where the institutions will come in. And if you're a good chartist, you can get those levels as well. And that comes with experience, of course, skill. But like I said, Jim, you can give someone a silver platter. Like I could tell someone this is what I look for, and you can give them a silver platter, but they still won't be able to trade. You need to trade without
Yeah.
having experience in these
Yeah.
markets. You're not going to be able to maneuver these markets, even if you have something handed to you. So
Yeah.
in the end, you got to spend time, get a good charting platform such as NinjaTrader, which I and chart and
Yeah.
practice, and don't get into these markets right away. Really analyze how these markets move, because these markets, especially this year, have been extremely tricky. So you got to be savvy, and you got to be able to pick your levels. And you don't want to overtrade. You don't want to go in heavy in markets like this. You'll get destroyed. You got to be savvy, and you got to be patient, and you got to, number one, preserve your capital. That's number one. Don't be a superhero. All of a sudden you
Yeah.
make a boatload and you think you're going to make a
Yeah.
boatload every week. Believe me, you're going to get the shots. So be
So,
careful and
so
take
Stephen,
tackle these markets step by step.
let's talk about some targets here in the mini S&P. We had this
Sure.
huge rally, and we have this kind of capital P shape volume profile distribution. Now we're kind of selling off. And I'm looking at the pivot level right now is pretty much where we started this whole shooting match last night. That's at approximately 59.22-ish right now. And when I see this, it's is a target for me. It's right by that Jack's 3 level, which is gamma exposure level 3. So now I have two areas of interest right there as a
Yeah.
target, either for if I'm short right now, it could be a target. If I want to get long
I
on a
like
retracement.
I like the 59.20, 59.22, but a lot of people like that. That's what everybody's talking about. What I personally like is 59.15 and below that, a sweet spot of 58.55 to 58.60, which I give this a high probability. It hits 58.55, 58.60 just from the charts that I'm looking at. It already got into my upper band where moves tend to terminate. And that was the wick. The 6,000 is very strong resistance, very strong. Actually makes good headlines. And, a lot of people like to take money off those round numbers and even numbers in ES, 5,000, 6,000. And actually, it is something of a little bit of a trap. These markets are going up because they're bear traps. We have been extremely bullish ES, extremely bullish gold, extremely bullish in gold in January, which has been one of the biggest payoffs, extremely bullish. On my X, you'll see that it's not just me. We were screaming off the rooftops to get into the metals, and they did phenomenal. I was on another show actually, and we were screaming off the rooftops in January. There's been quite a bit of money made in gold. I know one person on my forum made 220 million just off the gold in January, which is absolutely insane. Hopefully he preserves that. But there's ES the same way. I think ES is going to continue to go up. I think Trump has a lot of say in these markets these days. I wouldn't be surprised. Someone's actually coaching him and setting bear traps. And one of the bear traps is right now, if you ask me. If it does
Okay, so,
get to 58, 55, 58, 60, it's just, Jim, these tweets come out when there's a lot of people short. It's calculated, eh?
yeah.
That's my personal opinion, but
Well, so
so
let's
far it's
let's
working.
let's
Anyway,
let's go through. Let me take you through some of the key markets that we kind of track, and we'll talk about levels if we can.
absolutely.
Let's go over the micro Nasdaq. I like to track the micro instead of the classic since the volume is pretty good there. And it's a similar structure that we're seeing right here. And again, that pivot is just right where we started the shooting match from this at the Globex Open,
Yeah.
21 470 ish right now, and then S1 is a little bit below there at 21 374. How do those levels jive with what you're seeing?
Let me bring up the Nasdaq here on my charts here. Let me just
Yeah,
see here. Where is it? I just had it.
that's all right. I mean, we have a lot of
Yeah, I
milestones to
see it
get through
here.
before we get there, including
I
that
have
Jax 1 level at 21 500. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, I got a
yeah.
major cluster level at 21 280.
Okay,
Uh,
hang on a second.
and
21
it
280.
already hit
I'm gonna add that.
21 280. Yeah. And my lower band turned down, so I'm looking for a nice pullback now, and which is healthy, by the way. Like anybody listening, you want pullbacks. A lot of people are so used to this market just stair stepping up, which is good because it's a squeeze. But you want pullbacks in markets. I just want to let everybody know listening, pullbacks are healthy for higher. So if you want the market to go higher, you want it to breathe. It's just like if you're running, you know, what people, you know, they play soccer, they play
Yeah,
sports, they go on the bench. That breather gives them more energy. So when they come on the field, they could burst again, kind of like markets. You
yeah,
breathe in, you breathe out. So these steady moves, these squeezes to the upside produce actually very strong down moves. But even if it's a strong down move, the upside targets and the upside targets could still be intact. And you got wide ranges in ES now, Jim. There's wide ranges between pivots.
yeah,
These aren't markets back in the day where there's 10, 15 point ranges.
yeah.
The bigger
No doubt.
pictures are 100 and 120 points. So that's why you got to be careful. It's
Yeah,
not trading like back in the day, 10 point moves, 15. So the wider the range, the wider the volatility, and the wider the volatility, the less you can't go in heavy, especially
yeah.
markets like this with a tweet that Trump comes out. The thing goes down 100 points in 20 seconds. That's disgusting. It even caught me once. So you got to be
So
careful with the amount of money you spend, the leverage you're using, and you could
yeah.
stair step this move up just like a ladder. You're moving up the ladder. That's how I like to trade markets. I let the levels dictate where I need to go. I don't let my emotions. If a level breaks, I look higher. If a level breaks lower, I look lower. Now it's easier said than done. That's why I said you
Yeah.
can have something in a silver platter. In the end, you need to learn to trade. You need to spend time watching screens. And the more you watch, I don't care if anybody disagrees with this, the more you watch screens and the price and the security you trade, the more you get to pick up on things that other people don't. Remember that. It's just
Well,
like
and
you're
then
working a job,
and
you're working a sport. The more you practice a sport,
yeah,
Jim, the more you're going to
yeah,
get better at it.
yeah.
Same with trading.
You get muscle memory there for sure. Absolutely. But
Absolutely.
when you come, all right, so the level, I just put a little rectangle here on the level, the area that you like on the NASI. Would you, is this when you come up with these levels and these ideas, is this for a day trade, swing trade? What's your time frame and looking for
Uh,
these levels to manifest?
how I trade these markets and a lot of the pivoteers, we look at the bigger picture first. When you look at the bigger picture, it's like you're operating on a patient. When you operate on a patient, you bring the magnifying glass in. So you bring the bigger picture like you have on your screen, and then you lower down to the intraday charts, and now you're operating on the patient. Same with trading. When you trade, you need to bring a microscope to the trade. I'm an intraday trader. I do not like swing trading. I like to sleep at night. And swing trading this market, you're getting slapped left and right. Intraday trades, to me, because I used to swing trade. Intraday trades, if you're a good scalper and you wait and be patient and don't trade every time. Don't trade every 5 minutes. If you want to trade every 5 minutes, you're going to last a couple of weeks in this market. You're going to get the shots, but that's good for you because you're going to learn. And that's how I learned. I learned from the school of hard knocks. No one taught me trading. I taught myself
Well,
by
so
getting the
Stephen,
shots through pain. I learned through pain, by the way. But believe it or
all
not,
right.
and those are the ones that actually succeed, by the way. A lot of the traders that I know that are very professional and make very good money all
Yeah.
learned through getting the shots, including
So
myself.
let's
So,
so
anyways,
Stephen, so Stephen, let's pardon the pun. Let's pivot to gold. I just you mentioned it earlier. I popped up a gold chart. Let's what kind of levels are you looking at here? I mean, we got a nice bid going on in gold right now off of the
I love
economic
gold.
release.
Very
Yeah,
high probability 3390 to 3395 clips. And I want to be surprised that it's 3393 to the tick, which we like. I want to be able to, I want to be surprised. So right now, gold is bullish. It bounced off my 3258, which is support. Institutional buying came in, which we saw live.
let's do this on a
And
daily chart.
we joined them. And I don't know if you've seen gold. You guys can go to my Twitter. There's an actual thing we state when shorts are trapped in gold. We actually say shorts are trapped. Let's bring the pain. And that was in January, and they got squeezed, and we squeezed them hard. And
So
up another 1,500 points in gold from January. So gold
so
has much
see
more to
so
go,
All
especially
right, so
geopolitical wise.
Stephen, I just added a daily chart for the gold August gold contract right here. I just kind of highlighted your area here, 3395 to 3390, loosely fitting rectangle right there, just so we could see it as a target on the upside here. Do I have that level correct?
Yeah, and if they take out 3395, get this. I have a target of 3666. The 666 is not a joke. It's actually 3666. If they take out that 33, you can mark this down, folks. If they take out the 3395, there's going to be a massive squeeze in gold. It will probably need a trigger, and it'll probably be geopolitical. Like if Iran got attacked or so, you're going to see a monster. So are they accumulating the institutions on the lows? I think they are. And I like to follow institutions and accumulate with them because they're the big money that push these markets. So as they push, you can go on for the ride. And that's why I like to look at institutions. But you got to dissect what they're doing. You can't just look and say, oh, they're here. You got to be able to be a good chartist to recognize what these institutions are doing, especially they hide a lot of things on ETFs and stocks as well. So you got to be able to dissect that. And being a good chartist, such as yourself, Jim, because I did look at very impressed with your pivots and the way you trade. It's kind of similar to the way I trade. Uh, so I could adapt to it. So if you're a good chartist and you have very good levels, you could definitely be you could definitely be able to start your journey very well in trading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just
So
let's end. What's any downside on gold before we move over to another market? Any
the 3260 was my downside. That was a level that I was looking for a breather, and they came in size. So right now my upper band turned up. It's looking bullish, and it looks like this little minor move down was a trap because gold has been like yes, they institute big red candles. If you look, Jim, you'll see big red candles. That is to scare the crap out of you. So you sell and they buy the other end. And when they have enough shorts, and believe me, they have access to the book. We don't, they do. Trust me, they do. When they have a trick like Trump puts a tweet on Friday, you trap the shorts. You think it's a coincidence? He puts another tweet on Sunday saying, "You know what? I'm going to cancel to the July 9th." Someone's
well,
managing the market for the
right.
guy, and the tweet comes out, and then you get a squeeze of a 1% gap that rips your head off. Same with gold. They got shorts trapped. A news event's going to come out, and then you're going to see a squeeze with a big green candle. Do they have enough shorts trapped? I think they do. At 3260, it was the trigger, and now you're going in for the squeeze. There's probably going to be something coming out what that's going to institute the squeeze, but they're already in. So
All right,
as
all
they're
right.
you're so as it's going up, they're selling though. And there's going to be bag holders, of course, just like with ES. And then you produce another down move, scary red candle, get everybody short, and then they get squeezed and they get their head ripped off again. And that's how these markets are going up. The more you fight this market, listening viewers, the more you fight this market, the more you're going to get squeezed. It's simple.
So
Anybody training from 2016 to 2020 when Trump was in power, you'll see it's the same setups. Trap,
So,
squeeze, trap. And that's,
so
you could raise this market without the Fed. All you got to do is keep on trapping, keep on spreading bad news. And then everybody trades with emotions, which is 90% of traders out there that trade on their emotions. They all go short and then they get
yeah.
squeezed on holidays, on weekend, like this
So
past weekend. Yeah.
so Stephen, let's again pivot from gold. Is there another market that you really have your eye on right now, other than gold or the
Oil, been
E-mini
massively
oil?
bullish oil. We were long
All right, hang
oil
on.
from the 57, 58 area. And I see oil, if it takes till 62.30, 64.70 comes quick because oil, same thing. I think a lot of people want oil lower because of Trump, but they got a lot of people short, and they're just waiting for a trigger. From what I see, institutions have been loading up at 59.80, and right now they're just waiting for a trigger. When that news release comes, it triggers, and you'll see oil up $3-4 in one day. A lot of my viewers are listening to this, and hopefully they're. I don't know if they can chat on this YouTube. Like a lot of them
Yeah,
understand how these markets work, and that's why I always say to you folks, learn how these markets trade and spend time watching these markets. If you think someone's just going to be there and give you this, do this, do this, do that, you're not going to last very long. You can listen to me, listen to anybody. In the end, you're going to get the shots. You need to learn how these markets move. You need to spend time watching how these markets move. And the more you watch and the more you get to see things, I've always said this, you get to pick up on things that other people don't. So your network doing this from 8 to 4 is awesome. You guys are watching this and people watching your show, you're going to be learning things every single day. That's how I
yeah.
learned.
No,
I learned getting
well,
the shots and watching screens.
we
And that's the only
appreciate
way. Yeah.
those kind words, but let me make sure I have these levels right. Right, we got 62.30, and then what's your next level up? I didn't catch it. I wasn't moving fast enough because I'm old
I
and
like
slow.
the around the 64.70 to 64.80. I think that breaks, to be honest. I think, look, I'm a short-term trader, Jim. I don't look. Here's an example, Jim. A lot of people go to me, gold's going to 5,000. When you start thinking that, what if it doesn't? This is why I like intraday trading. What if gold doesn't go to 5,000? You know how many people have been calling gold bullish and they got the shots? It went to 1,400 when they were calling it when at 2,000. This is why intraday trading to me, I like. I'll tell you why. I get out earlier and it's a lot of emotions. You'll see a lot of funds calling ES is going to 7,000. The way I look at it is this. I think gold might go to 5,000, but it needs to break 33.95 first. What if gold goes down 1,000? I'll short it. if it, like, I don't marry a position. If you marry a position, believe me, you're going to get divorced. That's you're going to get the shots. Eventually, you might get lucky and make a boatload, but you will give that money back because you're trading on these. Like, who would know Bitcoin went to 100,000, Jim? The only way people made money on Bitcoin are, number one, people that have absolutely no idea what they're doing and they will never sell. They won't sell if it went to 150,000. They won't sell. They'll wait because
So
there'll be articles saying Bitcoin's going to go to 1 million. That's what happens. But they made a boatload. Me personally, I would never be able to hold Bitcoin all that way. I'd be on a double. That's it, done.
yeah,
But people have made
but
that money because they don't know what they're doing. But then they're going to think that all markets work like that. They're going to think all
well,
markets. So they'll buy ES and never sell. Then there's a crash and they get wiped out. So they made millions and then they lost millions and then they lost their initial investment. So that's what I see with traders. Swing trading is a skill in itself. You need to be able to look at certain levels, and when they break, you need to get out. And you have wider ranges with swing trading. You got 100-point ranges in
so
ES.
so
So you got to be
Stephen,
careful. Yeah.
we only have a little bit of
I
time
get
left.
I
I
get
want
hyper.
to.
I love markets, Jim. So when I
That's
go
okay.
off
So,
and
you're
I'm
passionate.
Italian,
I get
I'll
that.
talk for another hour. Right?
I know.
I
Me
can
and you
talk about
both,
this all day. So
Stephen. But wait,
anyway.
let's get. How about a Bitcoin level? I have the micro Bitcoin futures on the screen. Do you have any levels that for Bitcoin at this point?
I honestly thought Bitcoin was going to zero until I see Trump going Bitcoin, and then I start seeing, because when you look at politics, the, there's something up with Bitcoin and there's something up with currencies. I'm a little bit scared myself. Something is going on behind the scenes, Jim. I'm telling you, something is happening behind the scenes because I look at actions, not words. Like you got this treasury now saying they're going to put the US dollar to stable coins. I don't know what's happening, which is why gold's going, but you got people putting in billions and billions of dollars at 100,000 Bitcoin. And I'm like, what the hell are these guys doing? These aren't stupid people either, but they're actually putting it in there. Like there's transactions of billions and billions and billions of dollars with Bitcoin over 100,000. Now, the trader in me is going, "Oh my God, they're going to be a bunch of bag holders." But whoa, then you look at what Trump, his son, is massively in crypto. Like, his son is massively in crypto. When you look at this stuff, I look at this stuff going, "Now
Stephen,
these guys want to make a couple billion over
Stephen,
here."
so
Yeah.
we only have a couple seconds left. I'm sorry to
I think
interrupt.
Bitcoin will
What,
probably continue higher because there's
okay.
a lot of, honestly, my opinion is because the administration's in it, and I don't think they're going to lose. You
So,
can't beat that. So you might as well join them. Look for nice pullbacks, look for big red candles, look for traps, and look for squeezes, just like
all right,
gold.
all right.
I think it's
All
going to
right,
go higher.
Stephen. Stephen, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you,
It's
Jim.
great meeting you. Me and you should
Great
have
meeting
a
you too.
conversation on markets off the screen. The
Absolutely.
pivot. You could follow Stephen, the Pivot King, on X. Feel free to do that. And Stephen, I look forward to talking to you again. Thank you so much.
Awesome, Jim. Excellent show, by the way. Take care.
Thanks.
Bye bye.
All right, all right. Well, we've had a lot of excitement so far this morning. That's for sure. But we are ready for Tanya Trade. She is in the house right now. Good morning, Tanya. How are you?
Good morning, Jim. Yeah, I really enjoyed that recent segment. I love the little quote. What was it? If you get married to a position, you believe me, you're gonna get divorced. I love that.
Well, he is certainly passionate and, like me, very Italian. So I've just met him. He was an interesting fella, great guy. So I'm glad I got to talk to him.
Yeah, it was great.
Anyway, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm like kind of looking at the markets like uh I'm not too I don't have like that great of a bias today. I'm pretty neutral. I think the chat is actually mostly bullish today. See, the chat says 50% bullish, 28% bearish, 22% neutral. Okay, I'm pretty neutral today. I mean, we took out last week's high. That was my goal. I mean, that was my target. Last week's high on ES and NASDAQ. NASDAQ's still holding above that. Definitely going along with the theme that she's the stronger sister. Um, yeah, it looks like we're heading back to all-time highs. We have ES, we have all these like smooth highs here, and same as NASDAQ as well. That being said, what is today? Today is Thursday. We had some unemployment claims today, right? And what else do we have? Tomorrow is more of like even more high impact. It's PCE, right? Yeah, today we have 10
Yeah.
a.m. pending home sales left. Okay. So yeah, I'm looking at the weekly. I'm like, okay, we started the week kind of low here, and then we had that Monday just push throughout that holiday. And we went toward that last week's high, equal highs, and now I'm gonna go to the daily just because my I basically will start over again at the higher time frames if my targets have been hit there. Um yeah, because I'm neutral. So you can see here ES is not holding above last week's high and Q is. We had quite a push up. We had like ES hit like 6,006 or so. Now we're all the
Yeah.
way back down to 59.55. I don't love that we're back in the middle of that range, but I do think we're probably going to slowly grind up higher more. I'm not certainly not bearish. It's just a matter of how I think we're going to deliver.
Yeah. So,
Um,
we're about, last I measured, we're about 3.4% away from the February 19th highs on the E-mini S&P. I mean, it's been an incredible rally from, the basement all the way almost to make these all-time highs again. But I've been fooled before in my lifetime where it's like, all right, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. We're going to make these all-time highs and we miss it by a little bit and then break back down again. That's my biggest fear right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like you have these false breakouts that happen, certainly. Um, and you don't want to get caught up in something and holding for too long. That's certainly what, yeah, this is the risk there. Because it is difficult um to kind of have your risk managed there, right? So I want to always make sure that my risk, like where my stop is at a good stop, not where, we might end up going lower and taking it out. Like for example, here, I honestly don't feel so good about having longing here and having a stop here because we just swept last week's high on ES. And we can come back into and take out the swing low, kind of like yesterday. This happened yesterday actually, where NQ took out last week's high. And then it came back down into to take out that low swing low again. Before FOMC here. Yeah, it took out last week's high, and then it came back down here for the last swing low that took out that high. During FOMC, I believe, and yeah, then we rallied again. So the name of the game is it might be consolidation right now. I'm gonna keep an eye on, maybe ES does take out this low then down here, and NQ doesn't because we're so much further away from it on the Nasdaq. And then maybe that'll be the divergence for the next leg up higher. So that's what I'll be marking out, like yesterday's low. How much are we retracted here? But I'm honestly like, tomorrow I feel like might be even better volatility since it's PCE. I'm pretty neutral in the day because I'm like, okay, for more upside, what are we gonna do? We're gonna come back all the way back up today to the 6,000s. It's possible. I mean, like, but not probable considering the average daily range recently has been like 80 something. We already reached that average daily range on ES today. So I'm not really thinking that we'll have like a strong movement. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty neutral
Yeah,
today,
it's
honestly. So we
yeah.
had
I
this
mean,
expansion.
yeah. I mean, we've done 300,000 contracts in the mini S&P already. We haven't even had the bell rung yet, so there's a lot of volume. I think it's about a 91 handle range or something like that, which is getting close to that ATR. At least I have a 14 period ATR I measure. I think it's about 103 right now. So we've kind of managed that. But just to looking at a daily candle here, there seems to have been some exuberance that's kind of been sucked out of this a little bit. We have a big seller's wick on the daily candle, and the equities kind of pushing us back down. Previous session's lows, I think, was like 87, 58, 87, something like that. That would be an interesting rejection candle and a turnaround candle if that happens. I don't know if it's going to happen or what the opening range is going to bring us, but it should be interesting.
Which level did you just mention?
So previous looks like the E-mini, I'm just looking at a daily candle, 58.90, I think I have as a low from yesterday.
Yeah, that's around what I got also, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's basically the level I was looking at there with the on coming back into that range too. Okay. Let me see here. Yeah, I think also, I mean, I mostly am gonna put this, I like this low from that FOMC low mostly more. So a little bit more above, which is 90, yeah, 80, 58.94-ish. Yeah, I think that I'll be watching this area. I mean, I don't really love it when we're having like 1, 2, 3, 4 swings up higher. We hit a major level, like a weekly level. And then we're starting to reverse. I'm not really gonna anticipate that this is gonna hold. Just considering like how NQ did it yesterday. We wicked this area and then we did retrace back into taking out this low and retracing deeper here into this previous leg. So, and then we ended up shooting up higher after hours. Super interesting. I was looking at the charts yesterday after, like during the like late at night, it was like Asia session, and I was like, what's going on here? We're like pumping a lot. Um, so yeah, I don't really love it when we have expansion overnight in Asia or London, and we're kind of having it both here. So yeah, I'm pretty neutral today. Don't
Yeah.
think I don't really love I'd rather just kind of let the market show me the next move rather than kind of guessing, because if I'm looking at the 4 hour, let's go, which is my basically like my favorite time frame to look at. Let me just remove this.
By the way, I love that. I did love that fib line, by the way. I do that all the time. That's a really nice
Yeah.
fib you had on there.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'll typically just look at that, like the swing of the leg, and then, we are retracing into a FEG in discount of that leg up. So like, it's not out of the question that we could just, we can get bid up here and then go, especially if there are equal highs here for ES, get back above. It's not out of the question, but if I'm looking at the 4 hour, let me just look at how many swings up higher do we already have. Like since this low, it's like 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 ups and ES 1, 2, 3. It's typically 3 or 4, and then I don't really anticipate, especially we hit a weekly level here. I'm not anticipating it to totally hold. Like I wouldn't really feel too comfortable just long here and putting a stop here. I would rather see how does it open up. Are we gonna immediately get bid up at the open and then have a strong continuation up higher? Or are we going to, you know, sweep out that low from yesterday's low? I think that's important to me. Um, yeah, so I'm not really
Yeah.
too keen on today's action, honestly, because we took out, that was already yesterday. My target was like, yes, last week's highs. And
Yeah.
on
I mean,
Monday.
yeah, I mean the initial range and the opening range and the initial range. It's going to be important today because traders have to decide if they're going to reject the news, the tariff news, if they're going to reject the Nvidia news because of concerns with China, if they're going to reject the jobless claims news. They're going to decide, or they're going to accept it, right? So really, a day like today for me is kind of like, all right, let's wait for the dust to settle after the bell rings and kind of see what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that's exactly my thought process as well. Like, I'm measuring out these fibs from the last swing up. I'm noting that, we have an hourly FEG and discount there, and we are wicking into it. So that's something I'll be noting. And as well as an NQ, let's see on the hourly. Um, it's not even in the discount of it. That's how much stronger it is. It's not even in the lower than 50% of it yet.
Yeah.
So I'll be watching them open and like that, and I'll have this opened up, see how we wick. Do we wick like ESs, or ES might even take out this low, and maybe NQ will come all the way into here and just not and have this massive wick. It's totally possible. And yeah, all in all, I'm not gonna really fight the trend. I'm still bullish. It's just the fact of thinking about how are we gonna continue up higher from here, since we are for ES retracting from that weekly level. I don't really love how the 4 hour looks right now. Or the daily candle right now is having that wick at the high, mostly like that. It's just thinking about how is this daily candle going to close. Um, Certainly just think it might just close somewhere in this range instead of like if it has a super strong close today, and then that looks really good for more. Um, it closes above last week's high, then tomorrow might be like a really fun day for more upside, just pushing up towards, all this price we have left until all-time highs, which is, yeah, like you said, 3% or so, but it's like another 200 points on ES. So that's why I'm kind of like neutral today. I'd rather see what the market's showing me. We've had a lot of bars like this consolidating in the past, and then we have these daily candles that take out that liquidity, come back into this, like you see this daily fair value gap. So yeah, I'm pretty neutral, because if it wicks this area, we could potentially come back again into this like May 23rd low and consolidate during these days, especially considering it's summer months might start being a little bit slower.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not marrying a bias because if you do, you might get divorced.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
If
goodness.
you
It's
marry position, it's I wrote it down. If you marry position, believe me, you're gonna get divorced from the Pivot King earlier segment.
yeah, that was for sure a great saying. No doubt about it. So when we get more time later on, next time we'll talk about the fair value gap a little bit more. I get a lot of questions about it. And you lean heavily on that, I think, a lot of times.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. So, and there's a couple of downloads too. There's a couple of NinjaTrader desktop platform plugins for that as well. So, in any event, well, hopefully you have a nice, relaxing day and have some good trading.
Thank you so much. Good luck and good trading, everybody.
All right, all right. We'll look forward to talking to you next time. That was Tanya, everybody. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Thanks for being here with us, NinjaTrader Live. Hit that like button for Tanya. Absolutely, she deserves it. Coming up next, right now, actually, trading boxes. We have Christian is with us. Christian, are you ready to go? All right, all right. How you doing, man?
Hey Jim, how's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Everything's good down here on the island. The weather's nice, a little bit hot, a little bit humid, but how about with you?
It's good. A little bit on the cool side, but the heat's just starting. It gets hot over here during the summer, so
Yeah,
trying to enjoy this as much as I can.
yeah. Very, very awesome. So how do you feel about the market so far this morning, with all the big reaction in the news and the price action?
I love it. I mean, I've been swing long, a lot of individual stock names, but also swing long NQ on my swing account from 20,954. So up a good amount. And I'm just following the trend. Great that we have these news. And I just, I continue to buy support in day trades, and then I'll swing some NQ in an uptrend that we are in. To me, it's that simple. It's news or not. Are we above certain moving averages? Are we rising? Are the stocks at or near all-time highs? A lot of them are. We're in an uptrend, right? So some news like these will come in an uptrend, and just have to participate in them.
Yeah, now it looks like you got a trade cooking right now. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so I am down to my a third of this position. My main trade idea this morning was to buy a pullback into the breakout area, which in ES was this 5940s. In NQ, it's not exactly there. It is a little bit stronger. So, but my reversal entry triggered, and so I got long initially on this reversal here. And I took half off into 1.3R right under this red R target. And then I took a little bit more off at 1R just to be on the little conservative side. And now I'm holding to see if we can push back up into the overnight breakdown area, maybe new highs. I don't know. All I can control is where I look to put on exposure, put on my usual targets and see if we can hit. If not, either I take a full stop or I take partials like I did earlier, and then I get stopped out on the rest. And I just I try to do that over and over again.
Yeah, I like where you're sitting right now. Your entry looks like you got a great entry right now for sure.
Yeah, we'll see if I can stay in it for the rest of the morning and just write it back up.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it'll be an interesting opening range for sure this morning.
Yeah, well, I think some buying can come in at the open. A lot of people are still to this day getting caught off sides and surprised, and every single sort of gap up that we've had has gotten bought. Maybe that can take place here. We are a little bit extended now. We are overbought, so that may change a bit, but We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
You know, as you've seen on my Twitter, I'm always posting these tech stocks that are just moving higher. So I'm always surprised when people are shorting an uptrend being supported by the market, especially.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of folks, and I talk to a lot of traders all day long, and I'm surprised at how many of them are like, "Hey, it can't go up any higher. I'm getting short. It can't go up any higher. I'm getting short." Well, it could go higher, and the trend is bullish. So won't you wait for the trend to be bearish before you have that attitude? It's a psychological thing that I've seen for many years from traders.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah,
Oh,
like I was
that's okay.
saying, weekly higher lows on the weekly candles, the daily
Yeah.
above the 20 EMA, and that's an uptrend. We need to let that turn, like you're saying. If we're not, either regardless of the environment, we have to really respect that the trend filters that we follow to guide us, or else, you know, there will be times where we won't be um, in a trade or participating in an uptrend because our bias and our opinions are, we're choosing to follow that versus what price is telling us, which, as we all know, price is the most factual indicator there is.
Yeah. Very awesome. Well, listen, Chris, thanks for being here with us. We appreciate it, laying it out on the line, live, trading live. Appreciate you. I'll be in the chat taking notes, and good luck on the trade.
Cool. Thanks, Jim. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, chat. What's going on? Hey, Shab. Hi, Tracy. How's everybody doing today? We enjoying this uptrend, or are we fighting it? Maybe that's the theme of the day. Do we continue fighting it? Do we risk one to make maybe 3, or do we risk 1 to make 10? I like the sound of that better. So let's see, how much time do we have into the open? I still have some leftover cough, but much, much, much better. All right, we still have 9 minutes into the open. Let me go over my trade plan. I am the man with the plan, as Shab says. And it's because I make, you know, my trading is done in the planning during the morning. I just show up and execute. And, you know, for the group that I have, you know, they just see that I just show up and trade. I take a loss or I'll take a winner, and then I'll call it a day because I traded what I said on my plan. So on the 4-hour here, we are what we saw pretty much in the last few days was we have reached some resistance in ES and NQ. Then we pulled back into that support area. 150s, 140s in NQ, and then in ES, it was around 5,900. Then we had some news about Europe, you know, president saying 60% tariffs, something like that. And we pulled back, right? That's that prior week low. Well, that pullback was only into major support. If you look at this larger time frame structure, let me go to the daily here. Where did price pull back to? Strong, strong, strong area. I know you can't really see it. I have you know, my zones up, but that's a strong area of support. So all we did was come back, test support, regardless of the news. And if you guys noticed something, right away on that day that the news came out, we started going up. That's the change of character. All the prior tariff news that we kept getting, we kept going lower and lower. So, hey, Chuck, how's it going? So we saw a big failed breakdown. Price reverted back above 160s, 140s here, which you can see price was going like this. Breakdown. Hey, guess what? Failed breakdown, consolidated, found acceptance, and we broke up higher, right? That's all that took place. From a technical perspective, that is as bullish as it can get. We yesterday hit prior week highs while ES did not. We found a rejection, and then the overnight news shot us straight back up. So since we're in an uptrend, what do we need to do? We need to look at support. Well, that's 59.30s in ES. As long as it can hold it, we can see a move back up. If we form acceptance, we can see a move, price can traverse back down into prior day low, 58.80s, 58.90s, where we can then bounce. For NQ, we're sort of back testing, not exactly the prior week high, prior day high, but if we can hold that area, and even as low as the 500s area, we can shoot back up. If we form acceptance here at this support, then obviously we can trigger a failed breakout, and we will be traversing back into prior day low, right? So that's the higher time frame structure. Let's look at this trade. Looking good, up 45 points, which is fantastic. Now let's look at the hourly, which pretty much is my trade plan for the day. This is price in ES, sort of created a consolidation here. I call these a 9MA, no trend in time. This is a 8 to 12 candle consolidation that tells you that a move is coming. We broke lower. We moved lower to backtest this 59.40s area. You can see this was prior resistance. It's now holding as support. If we can continue holding as support, we can push back up to 59.93s, the breakdown area here. Or if sellers do show up and they move lower from here to here, then we can find resistance at 59.68 and then push back down. We'll have to wait and see if we can even get up there, right? So if we form acceptance at 59.43, then we can see a failed breakout and push back down to prior day low. For NQ, since I am long NQ, this area, the 600 zone, is what we're bouncing from. Can we see a dip lower into prior week high, prior day high, and then sort of reverse back up? Absolutely. My main scenario would be that we can push back up to the 750, 760s zone and then reject. Of course, if sellers show up from here to here, then we can find selling there, push lower, come back down to test prior week high, prior day low, and then reverse. We'll have to wait and see. If we can form acceptance down here at prior week high, prior day low, which is the scenario 2, we can then move back down to backtest that big breakout, which was a big consolidation, and then bounce until, again, we form acceptance and then break lower. So it's mostly a wait and see. And while I'm waiting, I'm in a trade to see if I can be in that participation back up. What time did I enter the trade? Right here, when we reversed initially, right here. So this was 5:25 in the morning for me, 8:25 Eastern time. So I'm just gonna sit in this, thinking we go lower before going higher. Yeah, I can see that. It still feels a little bit heavy. We have 3 minutes to the open. We're just gonna have to wait and see how that is received. What's going on with you guys though? Trading already? Any trades? We have 685 in here with 160 likes. Come on, guys. Let's get those likes up for the network. We know they appreciate it, and they can keep providing these amazing guests that we're getting now on a weekly basis. Hey, Faina. Good to see you. Went short MES. Awesome. All right, so the chat says that the market outlook for today is 52% bullish. I would lean on that. I would say a little bit neutral as well, just because it feels heavy here. So we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if we come back down to make a new low. But look, I already financed my risk. I took half off at 1.3R. I took a little bit more off at 1R. So if I get stopped out, it's still a profitable trade for me. And then I have a little bit more off here, a little bit above 2R in case we do shoot up. And then I want to look for 760s, which is that breakdown area from overnight. That can, this is pretty much consolidation here. This would be like a back test if we can shoot up over there. Something like this, right? So think of that as resistance. Now my zone is green, it should be red. But again, it's one of the things we're working on for the indicator. All right, so let's see how the market opens. We have a minute. You know, I do need to make some trades on my swing portfolio. So I'll be keeping an eye out on that. That you guys will see me do off sides here. What a gap up in NVIDIA. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I am long that. So AVGO as well. So we're seeing a little bit of red at the open. Let's see how we hold. I'm okay getting stopped out in this. I don't want to really overtrade this area. We've been going sideways since for an hour and a half. So we're going to have to wait and see what this looks like. And if it is heavy and we do need to make a new low, which I wouldn't be surprised. You know, I brought that up. Yes, it's definitely a bit weaker. So let's see. I'll move this here. So Q and SPY is opening up at prior day high. Q's, of course, much higher. Now we wait and see if we can hold here or if we need to drift lower to then possibly set up a new reversal. So I'm not really interested in shorting here just because we're sort of into support and I want to see that support break first or for us to form acceptance. So I might get stopped out here on the third that I have left. All right, so I got stopped out. We're making new lows. Great trade, profitable trade since I took partials where I needed to. So I am going to wait to see what takes place next. We're now coming into prior day high, prior week high. So, you know, we have a lot of support areas stacked back to back. And we have to wait to see if there's some sort of response there. And if we can reverse back up. Oh, some mags are red. I mean, red open definitely for around everything that we're looking at. But let's see, Tesla green. All right, did we take out? No, we did not. So close to taking out prior day high and prior week high. which in NQ is 568, 567. And then prior week high is 562. So let's see what can take place here if we can set up some sort of reversal to then participate in. Do have some RSI divergences on the 15-minute, which are, usually indicate a reversal of some sort, or potential, I should say. Hey, we got the likes up. That's good. Just keep hitting that like, guys. All right, let's see if this be let's see if this turns into a failed breakdown. Since again, we are still at support. I know we can only like it once. Borrow someone's phone and like it. All right, just waiting here, guys. Waiting to see if this is a failed breakdown or if we can actually push lower. Some names are starting to hold. Software a little bit weak. Yeah, software is weak. So maybe we do have continuation lower. We just will have to wait and see. Ideally, we'd want NQ to take out prior day high and prior week high, and then see if we can set up a reversal. NQ much weaker. Yeah, I'm saying that software is weak at the moment. And we're just waiting to see if we can hold or not. I think we can. Yes, a bit stronger, only because cyclicals are holding it better. Definitely a mixed market at the moment. You have some mags that are green, some are red. Either way, this is not something that I can participate on a short because there's no acceptance, right? Remember, I need that. You guys have fun following my Thursday segments. I will place directional trades if we can form acceptance and break down, continue lower. If we don't get that, then I don't have an entry set up, right? My entry rules are not met. So we are going to have to wait and see. It might go up. You see a divergence? Yeah, there is a divergence. Actually, ES has not made a new low. NQ has. That is what Kane and Tanya call a SMT. So let's see if we can set up some sort of reversal. If not, we might continue lower. Oh, did we take out prior week high? So we took out prior day high. Prior week high it's just getting taken out. All right, so let's see if we can get some sort of reaction here. Now that we actually took those out in NQ, and ES nowhere near. Well, ES is already way below prior week high. Tariff-driven rotation from software to semis, or what are you thinking? Let me see here. All right, we're starting to see some sort of green come in. Where's my, there it is. All right, let's see if we can attempt, if price attempts to put on a reversal of some sort. Let's see what's going on over here. Semi's holding really well. It's software that's really bringing this down. Yeah, software is going through a little bit of some selling pressure. All right, we both have new lows now on both. If semi follow on the downside, then we can actually definitely go lower. Yeah, ABGO gave up all of its gains. NVIDIA is the only one holding. I just have to wait, guys. You guys know me. I need to wait for my entry rules. If not, there's really not much to do. 1 to 3 trades a day, maybe. But yeah, this 15-minute NQ looks pretty gnarly. So definitely sellers showed up before I thought, they could. But we're still, it's just at support. ES is still dancing at support. This, I can never short anything like this because 8 out of 10 times, we're probably just going to reverse. The 2 times that it does break lower from this little consolidation, I'm okay missing because, or else it would mean I need to try 8 times to then possibly find that reversal, right? So that's why I follow my rules. And we're still holding. This is a drop, definitely, but looking at SPY and Qs, we were still holding a bit. So what I want to see now is in NQ, what the rejection looks like on a bounce. Can we bounce up, maybe back test this breakdown area, and then confirm that we're sort of sellers are showing up, and then create some sort of acceptance here. And then at that point, I would short. But until that happens, I don't have nothing here to tell me, hey, let's put on a short per my process, right? I mean, you guys are probably short already. Cool, awesome, make your money. Do I have any boxes today? I mean, we are technically breaking down below this box here. And this is a new 9MA downtrend. Yeah, NQ is so weak that it's if you're short that, hey, congrats. That was a good trade. The 4 hour is now looking like a failed breakout from the overnight news. But still, no bounce in NQ to really offer that opportunity, right? For my approach. Again, you guys short all you want already. So we had no reaction at prior day high or prior week high. So that is now, data that I'm analyzing and saying, okay, we are confirming sort of move lower, right? Now, it's where I start saying, okay, I'm going to start leaning to the short side because now we're starting to really break through support versus, just seeing a move lower. But we're going to have to wait and see. I need to wait to see how this bounces. I need to see the reaction to then tell me, hey, we are going to commit lower or we're just going to see a failed breakdown. I mean, I have, yeah, let's see what. So NVIDIA is starting to give up some of those gains, and that's what you really need to help you push for lower prices. AVGO gave them back. Crowd is giving back gains. Which is a leader, so that should tell you something. If a leader is that weak this morning. Software weak, yeah. So it's good to keep an eye on stocks, even if you don't swing trade. I do, so I'm constantly aware of what the market's doing. But if you sort of just track the leaders, and that'll give you an idea of what indices can actually, what scenario can take place. A little bit of a mixed market on the tech side. I still have no bounce. I need to bounce. I need to backtest this per my rules. If there's nothing there, oh, I don't want that. If we don't get that backtest, then this can just continue to go straight down. So if you guys short, awesome, killer job. If not, there's no way for me to manage risk on putting on a short here. Yeah, pretty much a failed breakout that we saw. Mm-mm-mm. I think maybe too many were excited. If we keep going lower, I would love to buy 450s in NQ. That's strong support. So we're just 30 points away. Let's see if we can get that. And then for ES, 59.18 is the next support area down here. But no entry for me. No entry rules were met. So it's just wait and see what takes place here. Qs are back testing yesterday's consolidation. Same for SPY, actually. Hi, Chris. Can you talk about your risk management? What is your usual risk reward, and how do you manage partials? 450, we'll be looking out for random T. I don't know. It's a little bit heavy, so I think if we can see sort of something like this, lower low, lower high, lower low into 450s right here, then that I think can set up a reversal. Let me make this bigger for you guys. Look, ES is stronger. I don't have a YouTube channel. X or Twitter is the only thing I have. All right, so we're bouncing from yesterday's consolidation in SPY and QQQ, where you can also see it in NQ if you scroll to the left. I'll do that right now. Let me see if we can get a setup here. Wow, yes, it's super strong on that bounce. Okay, we have back tested some support. We're seeing the reaction from it. Not exactly the 450s area I was looking for, but it is, it's sort of like the top edge of that Tuesday and Wednesday consolidation. If you can look at the 5-minute, here, let me bring that over. This sort of area right here. You can see that we're bouncing from there now. I was looking for 450s, but let's see if we can set up a reversal now. All right, so we have the 9MA lower high, which, as you guys know, that usually is my trigger for a reversal. But what I'd like to see ideally, since we are seeing a little bit of stronger selling pressure, is Sellers show up here into this create a lower high. And then how we reject, do we come back down a little bit, create a higher low and reverse, or do we create out, make a new low into that 450 zone and then reverse? If we can get that, that's something I'm looking to get long on. But ES is certainly leading the bounce now. This is strong. I need to see how this the rejection looks for a lower high. Let's do something like this, or make a new low into that zone and then bounce. So that's what I'm looking at here to potentially enter on a reversal. If we reverse straight up, I won't be able to participate in it just because I was waiting for my specific zone to get hit. ES is much stronger. ES is back testing that 59.43 breakdown area, which was this resistance. So if it fails to reject, that tells you that it's strong, right? So let's see how we react here. I am looking for a reversal along an NQ. I would have hoped this 450 zone would get hit. Is this zone at a 4-hour candle wick? Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah, it is there. We have an hourly doji in ES. NQ is, I mean, this is starting to look like a failed breakdown. ES is already trying to reclaim this 59.43 area. So let's see if we put in our lower high here and then can reject and then see how that is received. But if we do see a failed breakdown, like ES is sort of flirting with that area, right? Then my job is to sort of get long on a move back above and push back up higher. So let's see if that takes place here. Right now, it's acting as resistance, which is great. All right, so pretty much what I'm sharing that I want to see is taking place. Now we're looking to see if we can create some sort of higher low like this, or do we come back down and make a new low? And then at that point, I'm absolutely really interested in that reversal long. We would have reached the zone that I like. If not, then maybe we just hold here and lift back up. I saw some questions here. Yes, I can talk about my risk management. So in reversal trades like these, or the one that you guys saw that I was in earlier, I look to risk 1R, which is a certain percentage of my account. I believe right now it's set up to 1.5%. I believe. I can't remember the exact amount. Let's just say it's 1.5%. So what I'm looking to do every time this is in a reversal mean reversion setup, is if I enter a trade and either it continues and has that potential reversal, I look to take half off around 1.5 to 2R, which is this red sort of deviation, standard deviation away from that risk, that spread. If I can take half off into that 1.5 to 2R potential, that means that if on the other half I get stopped out for a loss, well, I made enough on the first half that my trade is still profitable. Think of it long term, what that does to your emotional and mental capital. It allows you to have a more sustainable practice because you are either having big wins, having trades that are small wins, but even if the trade was a no-go, right? Like in this example, you guys saw my first trade. I took half off at 1.3R. I took more off at 1R, and then the rest got stopped out. Well, 2/3 of that was in between 1 and 1/3, 1 and 1.3R. The other third got stopped out at 1R minus 1R. So I still made money on this trade. And the point is that on losing trades, I still want to be either at scratch or make money in order to, again, have a sustainable practice. And this allows me to have a longer term success, in my opinion. And then I take off the other part, our targets or the other partials into our targets or zones that I've shared here. And that's pretty much how I manage partials. So look, we're still waiting here, guys. We are getting that rejection, that lower high. We are now looking to see if we create a higher low. If we fail, then we're going to make new lows. What makes the 450 level significant? Well, let me just show you. It's not that it's my level. I mean, it is my zones and the way I sort of place them, but this overall consolidation is has a cap around 450s. Now, yes, we are seeing higher wicks and higher moves higher, but all these that are higher, they're failed breakouts, failed breakout of this 450 area. Okay. Higher failed breakout, higher failed breakout, higher failed breakout, higher tries to hold, failed breakout. Consolidation below it, rejection, higher failed breakout. So you see how all these are sort of like 2 to 4, maybe 5 candle rejections, like move up, rejection, move up, rejection. What happens when we start to hold it? Yeah, we failed the breakout there, attempt higher, reject. All of this is now consolidating in a box, right? This is acceptance of this 450s area. This now has a higher probability of breaking out higher and having a sustainable uptrend. So you can see the significance of this 450s area. It was pushing price back down until what? We formed acceptance and then had a failed breakdown, another pushed lower attempt, and reversed back up. That 450s is significant, and hopefully that explains why. It's a huge area that we danced around in. It contained the range that we were in, and then eventually it just okay, so I am looking for a long here. 1 second. All right, so I'm going to do a little bit less than full size. I'm only going to do, I'm going to push my stop here. Let me show you why. And although maybe it was a little bit too early, but yeah, it's going to continue lower. So let me close this because it's still weak. So the idea of that was for me to, oh, where's my tool? I was looking to take the break of this 9 MA lower high here and have my stop there, but it was premature. So I want to give it a little bit more time because we can see a new low, and that's the new low that I really want to be in. Lower low, lower high, and if we can push into a new low, that would be great. That would set up a good reversal here, in my opinion, because it is strong support. If we fail, then obviously we're going to see a big failed breakdown. Sorry, big failed breakout, and at that moment, then I want to but I need acceptance. I don't have that here. And plus, we're right in the middle, right? We're 450 is that strong support area. So I had no short entry here. There was literally nothing there for me to short. And in here, we're right in the middle of this zone. So I don't want to short into support, even though sellers are strong, right? But I just have to follow my rules. But we are seeing a little wedge breakdown here. We have some divergences now. We're into the second lower low now. Lower low, lower high, lower low. I'm looking to see if this can finally hold. If not, then I will miss the move lower. But again, I don't have the setup here as we backtest the support area. You guys short? Are you guys short from up here? How do you make your rectangles extend out? It's indicator. I have an indicator for Ninja that's creating my zones. Faina, nice, great short. Yeah, it was good. It back tested the breakdown area, rejected, and pushed lower. Let's see how we react here. This is that main area of support for me. And so far, it looks like we're seeing a big old failed breakout. So if you're short, killer job. Hey, thanks, Hugo. Let's get to 300 likes, guys. You're long 59.33, a little bit tough. Great short. I have to wait. Yeah, crowd is giving up a lot of those gains. Google, that's okay. Hood is just hanging out. Software is really weak. NVIDIA weak. Let's see, POTR. Yeah, it definitely looks like a big failed breakout now. But that will happen. I may not always get my setup, but I had no setup here. And that's something that you guys have to, if you're following a systematic approach, right, where you're waiting for specific rules to be met, But if you're a little bit more, I'm sort of mixed, systematic and discretionary. We retested the bottom of the opening range under the first percent of FG and fell. Yeah. Yesterday's trade was fantastic. What was it? Yesterday I shorted the when we took out prior week highs, shorted that down, and then caught the long on the reversal back up. All right, let's see what we can do here. At this point, really oversold. We're back into that 450s area. Let me bring this over again. So this is that breakout area. We really, this really needs acceptance here to then trigger lower. But you can see scenario 2 is taking place, although it was just straight down. We did not have this acceptance that I was looking for. What is this return? Let's see. 2R. I think we're going to go to prior day low now. Let's see if we can back test 450s and then I'll look for a short. Thanks, IHT. I don't know what your name means. Can you tell me what erase I should draw every day? What do you mean by that? I don't know if some get that reference. Look, if you're short, stay in the short, right? Take your partials, pay yourself, and then look to see what takes place. Areas. Oh, that was a good. What areas you should draw every day? I don't draw my areas anymore. It's all already pre-programmed with the indicator. But it's support and resistance. It's not as easy to say, oh, this is support and resistance. It's really a combination of multi-time frame areas that I'm looking at to sort of say, okay, this is daily support and resistance. This is 4-hour support and resistance. This is hourly support and resistance, and then 5-minute hour support and resistance, right? So all these zones have that in mind. And that's why it's hard to just really give a one-sentence answer. Like these small gray lines, that's 5-minute support. These darker zones are both hourly and sort of 4-hour zones. Lighter zones are hourly zones, but they all mean different things as well. But extremely weak. We should have held here 450s and we're not. So we're seeing failed breakouts across the board. So if you're short, pay yourself, guys, and stay short, right? We're seeing a Pretty big failed breakout. I think we can attempt to hold here. 15-minute candles in NQ are just straight down. Pretty gnarly. Okay, we have 5-minute divergences. I will be looking for a long here. This is that area, right? That I wanted and that I have to look for. Let's see if we can set up. We have lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high. Then from here, either do we make a new third lower low and then this 90-minute downtrend is done, or higher low and then reverse? I'm not calling for anything big, just a bounce since we are at a significant level. In the indicator window, you can delete the label for each instead of clear charts. Yeah, I know somebody was telling me about that as well. Oh, visible? See what that does. No, that's not the right one. I'll worry about that later. I'm gonna wait here and see if we can finally set up a reversal. Go with half. All right, we have our next 9MA lower high here. Let's see if we can push down to new lows. Just waiting here, guys, waiting to see how this sets up. So far, back testing this 450 zone from the underside and seeing a little bit of rejection. Let's see what the daily show. Yeah, big filled breakout. So I'm interested on shorts now, but I think there's a potential for a bounce. So we'll be monitoring for that. We have Q's prior day low, not that far. Oh, one NQ as well. Prior day low is at 322. So if you're short, look for that as the next area of support. All right, we're making a new low here. There's some divergence in delta in ES. NQ, no, NQ made a new low in delta. There is a RSI divergence on the 2-minute, on the 5-minute. So let's see how this settles here. And if we can actually take out prior day lows, that would be great. But at one point here soon, we need to sort of, price will want to take a pause and then rest and then continue lower. Fortunately, no big trade for me to show today. Last week was a good one. But even if you're a little bit more rules-based, more systematic, even moves like these, I will miss because I had no setup here. And we were so close to support that I didn't want to take this wedge break. So now we're looking to wait and see what. And I needed to just wait for acceptance, right? Which, as you guys know, that's something like this. So at this point, it looks like prior day low will be hit. Let's see if we can put in a price may want to bounce here shortly. I'm just being patient. There's really not much here for me at the moment. You missed it about the first 30-point bounce, but would you cut this short? It happens, Michael. Caught the bounce as well. But there's still early in the day. We're still can see some trading opportunities to not tomorrow as well, but later in the day. All right, I'm going to see if so we have our next lower high here. Yes, is holding up much, much, much better. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, I have to be rules-based in order to make it a sustainable practice. And when you start trading, larger size, you learn patience one way or another. I can speak Spanish. Jose. I should stream in Spanish, huh? All right, so we have a lower high here. Let's see if that can hold and potentially set up just a bounce. I think it wants to target prior day high though. So sorry, prior day low. Should have a Spanish segment to get more our international viewers. Where do you get your 5-day low from? I don't know what you are. All right, let's see if we can get a bounce as we're reclaiming the 9 MA lower high. I am just looking for a bounce, not anything big. And I'm looking to take most off into 1 to 1.5 R if we get that bounce. If not, I'll take a stop on this reversal attempt. Hey, Chuck, that's awesome. Great job. Nope. All right, let's see if we get it. So what we saw here was a lower low, lower high, second lower low, reclaim the 9 MA lower high. So we did not push lower. In this drop, we had, remember I highlighted that we had delta divergence in ES. In NQ, not entirely, but if you look at this, it's sort of like flat, right? Like it's still a lower low, but it's not the same degree of this last low, if that makes sense. Like I sort of look at that. But then also on top of that, we had our side divergence on these lows. And we're also around that 450, 440 area, which is support to me, right? We need to see a large consolidation of acceptance to really help me understand we're not going to potentially bounce. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take most off into 1R. If I can get filled. And I'll just leave 1 as a runner. My target levels are a combination between these zones that I have up here and R multiples. R multiples being standard deviations away from the spread between my entry and my stop. So if this is 1R, then I want to take off partials into, the next 1R or the next 2R. You get what I'm saying? I was muted, guys. Just kidding. So I took half off right under 1R just to pay myself and finance the trade. That way, if I get stopped out, it'll be close to a scratch. Because this is just a bounce attempt. Sorry, Sarah. Can I not hear anymore? That's probably what was going through your head. So yeah, hopefully you guys follow along with my process here and why I wanted to look for along. We were again into that 440, 450s area, which is strong support. I went over that. Into that area, yes, we dipped below it, but you still have to give it some grace, right? Into that area, we saw a second lower low. Into that area, we saw a second lower low from this consolidation, which means 80% of the trend is over unless we put in a new lower low. So lower low, lower high, lower low, and then a third lower low, which would be the sort of last low before a reversal attempt. And I'm actually going to close one more. All right. I'm okay with this now. So on top of that, we had ES that had a delta divergence, NQ, not exactly, but almost. And then we had RSI divergence between on both ES and NQ. So for that reason, I wanted to look for a reversal. It was part of my trade ideas. And so I need to execute when my trade ideas align with the location, right, where I am looking to execute on. And then also what I am looking to achieve in consistently following my process, right? I share how in my trade plan scenario structure, that's where I look to do the trades. I trade there, I show up and then execute to the best of my ability in the areas that I've assigned for reversals or directionals. All right, but good trade. I missed a short and it happens, right? You just have to be okay with that if your rules were not met. I am a big believer that in consistently following the rules that you put together based on your studies or back testing to help you identify, do I have a positive expectancy in this edge or approach, then follow that, right? So that's what I'm doing. That's what I did. And that's what I'll do. And I'll just sit in this. Courtney, still struggling. What's going on, Courtney? Share a little bit of what are you finding challenging in passing your evals? Talk to us here. The chat and I will help out a bit while we sit in this trade. Other questions you guys have, guys and gals, ask, please. While you ask, let's get those likes up though, yeah? All right, so finding resistance at 1R. Good thing I took off 2/3 into 1R. So I'm okay with the outcome now. I can get stopped out because I'm still going to make money on this trade. Paulo says, my win rate is horrible. I seem to pick the wrong side. Yeah, that happens a lot. Have you started putting together a daily plan to help you label or have somewhere where you say, okay, this is, We also have to define a trend. What is a trend? It's a series of higher highs, higher lows, an uptrend. And for a downtrend, it's a series of lower lows, lower highs. I think if you start with that framework and sort of say, okay, if on the weekly we're having this series of higher highs, higher lows, what does the daily structure look like? I'm sorry, I'm going too much on the higher time frame. Let's go with the daily. If the daily we're having higher highs, higher lows, what does the 4 hour and the hourly look like when we are in those higher highs, higher lows? Create libraries of those structures to help you understand what that hourly or 4 hour look like consistently. And then do that for the 15-minute and the 5-minute, right? I mean, that's what I did to understand the different structures. But look, I'll take a second to just share this. In a larger time frame, higher high, higher low structure, let's say that's the hourly, okay? This is the hourly. On the 5-minute, what you'll see is a smaller higher high, higher low structure. And then in this pullback, in the hourly pullback, you'll probably get a hour to 2 hour long consolidation. And this is a wedge, a box, whatever you want to call it. Then when this is mature, it'll break out of that lower time frame consolidation, the 5-minute. It'll start a new 5-minute higher high, higher low structure inside that hourly higher high. It'll pull back and do the same thing over again, and then higher high. Does that make sense? So you're going to ask, what is that structure? Well, that is this. Let me show you. I'll get to your other questions in a bit, but I just want to show you. Oh, we might push back up, guys. Actually, I'll show you the 15-minute. I was talking about, All right, let me bring that over while we wait here. Let me actually. I said I was going to sew one up here, so let me do that. And then I'll leave one for up here in case we want to get up there. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to sit in that while I go over this structure here. Oh, I don't want to do that. So a 5-minute, what I call as a 50 EMA wedge, or just consolidation box, is a higher time frame 1 to 4 hour consolidation. Obviously, this is a very aggressive consolidation, meaning it's very short-lived. This is only 1, 2, 3 candles, or 2.5. I would consider this as half the candle. But also in that consolidation, you had a 5-minute that gave you enough consolidation to really create energy for a new move. So your job here in these consolidations should be to find the rules that will help you consistently participate in a move higher or lower. Okay. Create those rules, identify those rules, and then wait to see what the performance is like, what you need to adjust, et cetera, et cetera. Does that make sense? Let's see. I failed like 7 times until I am now trading micros. So the losses do not stack up so fast. I'm actually on the 6th day of the Yeah, you're watching it here, David. I think we all, take our during our segments, we take our time to really discuss our strategy. They're definitely different, but we're all looking to trade the same trend. Your failure is from seeing the FOMO when I see the direction instead of waiting for a dip buy. If you create a repeatable process, the FOMO goes away because you can then, in creating that repeatable process, you understand how frequent your setups will come. They may be once a week, they may be 5 times a week, they may be 10 times a week, depending on the time frame you're looking at. Once you understand that and see what that potential positive expectancy can be and what outcome that can achieve, it is only through that work that FOMO goes away. Why? Because you know what consistent application of this setup will help you achieve. And in doing so, you'll have no FOMO, right? Like I have no FOMO in missing the drop. My setup will come. When it comes, I'll execute, I'll make money or I'll lose. It's just the same process over and over again. Why did I decide to use the 2-minute candles? I decided because it helps me look at market structure a bit better. It helps me analyze my entry model much better. So it allows me to execute better. Can you please explain how you trade correlations between NQ and ES? The main thing would be divergences. Like yesterday, if you look at NQ, it took out prior week highs while ES did not. That divergence, or what some call SMT, triggered a reversal back down. I think divergences are probably the main thing to look at when you're looking for how these two correlate or not correlate. Let me adjust my okay, so I'm just sitting in this long. At the moment, we are consolidating here. Can we push back up? It'll really depend on the market. If we can really hold here and push back higher, If not, we're probably going to come back down and make a new low. And at the moment, we're starting to make a wedge. It's more of like a channel or a downward wedge. I think we can reject and push to new lows. Oh God, there's something in my eye. 1 second, guys. Oh my God, my eye got so watery just now. Okay, so NQ pushing back up. ES trying to follow. Let's see if we can push up to 2R. Let's look at some of your comments here. I see a lot of the challenges you guys are facing. Look, guys, what to me, what does discipline mean? It means consistently waiting for the trade to come to you, right? And then consistently executing on that trade setup. You should have identified what is your setup or your model that's part of the system. In identifying that, you understand what your potential outcome is over 100 or 500 trades. Yes, that many. In knowing how many, let's say, for every one R risk that you place in a trade, what is the R multiple of that as a outcome over, let's say, 100 trades? Maybe it's 22R, right? The point is that if you do the work to identify that sequence of entry rules that create a profitable outcome, then you can have confidence in, because you've seen it so many times, know what waiting for those rules will mean. That's the discipline part, is that you've identified and you are now fully aware what will happen if you wait for these setups to appear and then take them. But what a lot of people don't do is they don't do the work, the necessary work, the required work to go back enough to have a deep analysis of understanding your rules around your entry, your stop, your position sizing, your location. Where do you look to trade these reversals or directionals? Right, where do you look to do all of these things to create a profitable outcome and execute? And when you do that for a long time and you understand what that outcome will be, you slowly start trading that one by one, and then journaling and reviewing your journal versus what took place. A month goes by, you iterate again, right? It's trading success is being stuck in the right feedback loop. You iterate again, you trade again. And all you're doing is focusing on the process refinement. You're not focusing on passing a challenge. You're not focusing on trying to make sure your drawdown doesn't hit the prop firm's drawdown, right? All that is secondary, and all of that is causing you to forget to focus on the process. If you're really trading a prop account, you should consider that with the starting amount, which is, I don't know, $50, $100, then you are using that to learn how to focus on your process, not on trying to pass a challenge account. Why are you focused on passing that when you don't have your process down? How are you going to be able to then succeed after that point, right? If I have my process down, and I know what consistent application of this does, and then just keep doing that and doing that, going back to my earlier point. By month 3, by month 4, you now understand and have confidence in what it means to follow that process. That's where the discipline takes place. In that process creation and iteration, refinement. And then you move into a live account or whatever it is, and you follow that. And you come to an agreement where you say, okay, I'm okay missing everything other than my setups. Right? I was okay missing the short because my entry rules were not met. If I am an algorithm will only take the trades where the rules are met. Where the rules met, no. So an algorithm will not take any trades. It's really that simple. But it starts with process creation, refinement, iteration. Is this consistent stop placement the right across 100 trades? Yes or no? If yes, how many trades out of these trades, out of 100 trades, help you stay in the trade versus stop you out? After it stops you out, does the trade continue in your favor? Okay, maybe the stop needs to be adjusted to what? Iterate, right? So what about your entry rule? Can your entry rule be better? Can it be higher, lower? All of these define your position sizing as well. But it's just, you have to iterate, guys. It's you are creating something. You have to iterate to find the right parameters that will help you, the right parameters for the strategy that will help you create a sustainable practice. If not, you know, it's tough to say, but you don't really have anything. You're trying to pass these accounts with very little work, with a strategy that has holes in it. And I'm saying all of this because eventually you get to a point, if you succeed, right? If you're consistent, where you look at that, we're up 76 points. That's awesome. Where you are, what's the word here? Where you're trading larger size. You won't be able to trade larger size unless you have a process down, like it's set in stone. Yeah, you got to play a playbook. Look, I agree with Michael. I create a library. I've created a library of every single kind of parameter around my strategy, and I have hundreds of pages on Excel, on Google Sheets, on Notion, and this all matters when you're trading larger size, guys. I 100% telling you, you will not be able to trade a small account versus a larger account unless you really have a process that allows you to have a business of trading. And so I just got it filled on around 1.4R, right under 1.5, right into the 50 EMA. We'll see if we can push out higher. I don't trade prop firms, Tom. I trade my money. I grew, you know, I've traded for a long time. So hey, Arthur, thank you. Shab. Thanks, Shab. How's the hair, Shab? Do you think Daly approved? I know he's not on here, but
Chris, you get a gold medal for the hair and for the trade, by the way.
thanks, guys. I have to compete with Stowe now. We're battling it out.
No, you guys win. You and Deli have much better hair. I'm just trying to keep mine, here. It seems to be going backwards on me. So, um,
It looks great. A great change.
thanks, man. It feels good. Feels much better than having all that hair. Having long hair is a lot of work. It's terrible. So
Yeah.
good. Yeah, great trade today. That was a very good long.
Yeah.
Thank you. You catching
so
the
I keep
short?
saying that.
What?
Never mind. Yeah, this was a good trade.
Thanks, guys. Are you in a trade, Stowe?
No, I'm not. First time ever. I just got out.
Oh, you were in the long as well?
I was in a long, yeah. I was this day kind of came out of nowhere. So I was taking it very easy. Didn't take anything until around here. I tried to get some trend continuation down off of the weekly VWAP. I got filled on 3 out of 4 of them because I'm pretty, trepidatious about shorts in general. But this 430 spot also was the -1 on my VWAP band. That 430 bid from yesterday was very bid. So yeah, I bought that pretty heavy. And then I bought this retest down here. And then I just got back out at VWAP. So we'll see if this wants to. It's been kind of an interesting. It's been an interesting overnight and then open. So yeah, I got to look at the high time frame chart and see where we actually are. I feel like we are just back in the middle of that balance again, like right smack dab in it. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you go then. You make all the points now.
Thanks, buddy. Are you feeling better?
By the way, Chris, before you go, I do want
Yeah.
to point out, I loved what you said about process and about having a certain amount of trades within that process to confirm that's your process. That's that's really a trading hack right there. Is because a lot of folks just, I have a bad trade today, so I'm going to change something. I'm going to do something different, and you repeat that cycle over and over again, and you get nowhere. But by locking down your process, testing it, back testing it, forward testing it, and doing it for a long period of time, you're going to get there.
Yep.
You got to have so much data on yourself before you can really make that informed decision, for sure.
Yeah.
And it takes a long time, It's a lot of homework, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
Same page, buddy.
All right, guys. You guys enjoy your Thursday. All right. You guys have a great weekend as well.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks. Christian
Bye,
Trading
guys.
Boxes, everybody. If you're not following him on X, you should follow him on X for sure. How you doing, Stowe?
Oh, good. I'm doing good, Jim. How are you? Happy Thursday, buddy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Happy Thursday. Yeah,
we made it. I'm drinking this new thing today. You want to hear about it?
Yeah.
This is a Leo concoction. He's been trying to tell me I need to eat more protein, and that will help me with my running. And I'm like, I don't know. Don't really like doing protein powder. And he's like, check this out. Coffee, protein powder, and almond milk. And it's so good. I'm getting 30 grams of protein. I got my cold brew working. It's awesome. So shout out to Leo for the coffee hack.
So it's coffee, protein, and almond milk.
Yeah. So you just put 2 scoops protein powder. It's 30 grams. And then like a 1-to-1 ratio cold brew to almond milk. Blend that baby up in a Ninja. And it's so good. I could drink 1,000 of these. So
really?
Yeah, I'm having a good day.
Well, what's the brand of the protein powder, though? Is it just regular whey protein?
Yeah, just regular vanilla whey protein. The vanilla part is key. So you got a little taste there. But I just got whatever brand. I don't know if you have Giant Eagles where you're at, but that's my grocery store up here. Just generic whatever whey protein.
I'll throw you one more life hack on the protein side.
Okay, please.
Whatever you're eating, lunch, dinner, even in your eggs, if you're an egg guy.
I'm an egg guy, yes.
A scoop of cottage cheese.
Really?
And
Okay.
it's you got it and get the good. The brand is called Good Cottage Cheese. It's
Okay.
healthy. It's
Tells me.
it checks all the boxes. And
Okay.
there's extra protein in there. It adds some flavor, and it's I've been doing that for I don't know about a year and a half now.
All right. Dude, we're getting healthy, aren't we, Jim? We're doing good.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love it. You still doing your old man walks in the morning? I got mine in today.
Well, yeah, the new pup is throwing a curveball at me a little bit. It's
Okay.
this dog just likes to walk and walk and walk. So yeah, I'll get even healthier with the new pup.
Awesome. That's great. That's great.
Yeah. So, but in any event, structurally here, I mean, it's a weird day, right? We had this huge
Yeah.
rally overnight and this big sell-off after that.
Yeah. I'll pull it up. I was trying to make sense of it. So just to talk about what we've done in the last, I don't know, 4 days. So huge sell off, breakout, then break back into the balance on Sunday night. And then we traverse it. I finally get to my target, which is what I was trying to get to. And then we moon out of it last night, Asia session. I assume some based on NVIDIA. I don't know. And then what? This was this morning. And then we had, I don't know, all that. What do we have today? Unemployment and some other thing?
Yeah, jobless claims. Well, and
Yeah.
GDP revisions, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So then news turned on the supercell again. And now we're just back. I mean, this is the most hilarious 5-day profile of all time. I don't even know. I don't even have a descriptor for this, Jim.
Yeah. Well, but your high volume node there, I mean, that's pretty prominent.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
this is like the fairest price of all time right here. So,
Yeah.
but I remember this bid from yesterday at 4:30 was really strong, just relentless buying there. So I was happy to get back in once we slept. So this is kind of how I read this day when we zoom in. We stopped at this high volume node and then immediately went back through this low one and accepted back into this big piece of value. So that's why I was comfortable to get long here. And then I got out right up here. Happened to be RTH VWAP too, which is just that's my normal target. Yeah. So now I don't know what I'm going to do. But yeah, we'll see.
All right.
We'll come up with something.
The market will reveal an idea to you. So I'm gonna hop in the chat. Good luck, Stowe. We'll be keeping an eye out.
Awesome. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
Morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Big boy. You coming to chill? My cat's coming to hang out. That's always good luck. How's everybody doing today? Morning, Tracy. Hi. How's it going? Shab, can I get a can of the gray spray paint too? They should. I talk about that. I was talking to my wife about that because I get I've got side grays, but I don't have the perfect like silver fox from a movie gray streak. And there should be a company that's like the inverse of Just for Men, where you can buy that little piece of gray streak and just get that in there, so you can be the silver fox. Morning, Jose. Good morning. Good morning, Drunk Radish. Good morning. Jesse, this layout, if you get into OFL, they have they have layouts that they share with you, so you can set that up. You just plug it right in. Trust me, I did not create this all by myself. I promise. I see we're getting a little pushback down in here. Like I was just telling Jim, this is kind of a tricky day. I did take. Yeah, we'll try to get in. Maybe this was a retest. Kind of a bad fill. Let me see if we can get back through this VWAP or if that's going to push us back down. So what I want to see is this hold and leave this volume behind here. We kind of just came back and retested it just now. And if we're going to traverse, I mean, we're at the point of control, so we can't really be asking for much more, but we'll see. What time is it? 11:05, so Europe's got 30 minutes to figure itself out. Pretty big seller on the book there. Let's see what happens. Need to see this rip. Come on, chase it up, bid. Do what you're supposed to do. Need some sweeps. Need some sweeps. Getting stuck at this 500 spot. Might need to look for an entry lower if this gets stalled out here. Tough to say what it's doing. The bid and offer are kind of playing tag right now. Jumping around. Bid's chasing it up. Come on, buddies. Yeah, we're kind of extended on this, the top of the 5-day profile here. So I have a lot of mixed signals going on right now, is where I'm at. And when that happens, you got to keep your head on a swivel and realize that, the market's in a balanced place. Maybe this is our continuation lower. Not great. Get out of that one a little bit before our stop. Try to watch, see if I can get a better entry. Or if overnight low is going to hold here for continuation lower, we might flip. Pretty big decision point on the day right here. Just trying to take a couple tiny cuts. Pretty big lots getting filled there. So what I'm watching for is this supportive bid to come in here, and we're testing this spot that was a previous rejection spot right now, trying to sell through it. There's a bunch of offers stacking up, but it's quite violent. Back below the overnight low. Not great. Trend is down on the day. Selling really hard right here. Got to break these 480s. I don't know if they can do it. Oh. Couple small scratches. I'm happy to take tiny scratches like that on an idea that we could maybe traverse all the way back to the open. You know, a lot of stuff hasn't been retested. We haven't retested the 5-minute OR mid yet. We haven't retested big seller. Maybe never mind. Yeah, big decision spot right here. We haven't retested the open. We haven't retested tons of stuff up there. So and this is a lot of bid. You can see the candle changing to hot blue, white hot blue. There's VWAP. Got our first fill. I'm going to take another one there. Let's kind of see what happens. If we come back down and puke through this overnight low again, I'll just get out of that trade. But otherwise, we're trying to get to other side of value here. I mean, look at how far. Look at how much space we have to go if that was going to bottom out right there. So we'll just take it previous week high. So I'm kind of looking at I'll pull it up in a second when I'm not managing this trade, but there's the really big distribution on, I'll just pull it up now. Why not? Really big distribution on this time frame. So what happened just now is we came back and tested like 480s, which is the top of this big bell. So if we're going to leave this, that's what I want to see is, dang it. Well, let me pull that because it's there we go. So what I want to see is if we're going to leave this big distribution and go back and explore higher, I want to see it come down, test here, and then not be able to traverse. It should reject the top of that balance and then head higher. But again, this is a counter trend trade, so we have to keep our eyes on it. And this kind of looks, I mean, it looks like a good low. It's not bad. Made some stabs and then you know, big push, and then we clearly had a context shift. So now we're just up here fighting with these sellers, which is kind of like a scene of the crime from before. Yeah, quite the battle at this spot. Test these 480s again. Yeah, no good. We can position better than that. Cool. Great. So we're flat. ICT student, coffee with spelt milk. What is spelt milk? What is that? Someone tell me what spelt milk is, please. I guess I could Google it, but I'd rather, you know, you guys tell me. There's some coffee ASMR right there. That's nice. Davey, your VWAP are you using RTH VWAP or are you using 24-hour VWAP? Because the 24-hour VWAP is way up here at 622. This is the RTH VWAP. It's fake milk? How fake? Who made it fake? I didn't know you could fake milk. RTH? Well, I don't know. I don't know how to help you, bud. Oh, sick dad joke, buff boy. Yeah, I mean this is based on the New York Open, which is right here at 9:30. So there you go. There's our VWAP band. Your VWAP is at 522. I don't know, man. That's strange. Yeah, so we're just putzing around now. I don't know what this is going to do. This is kind of the middle of nowhere, so I don't really want to take a trade here. Yeah, Grisha. I have a ton of charts open. I look at a DOM that's off screen. I look at a high time frame chart. I also have an ES chart up that I reference occasionally. I like to look at ES and NQ at the same time. I look at YM sometimes too. I'm not right now because that would be it's too many screens to look at and stream at the same time. But I use the DOM, and the other way to see the stuff I'm seeing on the DOM is on this screen. So it's this delta volume profile, and then also the time and sales, which is off and to the right. But I like to execute with the DOM. It's just a habit that I've formed. It helps me, see buyers and sellers I use the at bid and at ask column on a DOM, and it's a lot like looking at a footprint in real time, and you can reset it to as many milliseconds as you want to see. So that's usually what I'm looking at. Omid, the volume bars, the red and blue, as they differentiate, it's just the delta dominance of that candle. It doesn't necessarily mean they're stacking. It's just looking at, positive or negative delta dominance inside that candle. So the more neutral colors, like this is neutral red, this is neutral blue, this is, heavy buying, and then the white hot red ones are heavier selling. So, and you kind of want to wait to look at those until you're at some sort of inflection point. If you look at them the whole time, you'll get lost in the sauce fairly quickly. But the horizontal bars, oh yeah, sure. So yep, this is just another way to see what delta has been transacted there, and if so this was more selling than buying here. And because price went through that means that these sellers were rewarded with prices that are lower, and there wasn't enough bid to support it, right? And then inversely, if we come back up through this and there's a ton of blue and we break through that blue, then that means there's more buying than selling there, and buyers were rewarded with higher prices. What I look for there is for example, if I was trying to buy this, right? So I was looking for this bid to be supportive, which means that the selling would be absorbed, and then these sellers would not have been rewarded, but they were rewarded. So we only got, partial fills on that. Infinity works. If you get the freemium OFL tools, do you still have to pay for the order flow package on NinjaTrader to get them to work? No, you do not. Inside of the tools, I'll show you. Pull my indicators. So inside, and this will just take a second to load, but when you pull one up, let's say, so right here at the top, it will say, I know you can't see this because it's not a crosshair, but it says, I have a lifetime order flow license. And then you just select, I don't have a lifetime order flow license. And, it's configured to work whether you have that order flow license or not. So no, you don't need that package. Lucy, hey Stowe, can you talk about your risk management? What's your average RR and how do you manage partials? Thanks. Sure. I would love to. So I've talked about this a bunch. The way that I have structured my, I kind of trade with a set bracket and go from there. Man, this is a dumb place to bounce. I hope it doesn't bounce here. But this is a lot of selling. Sorry. The way that I structure this bracket is it has 4 lots on it total. So that's my max risk for this account. Like I said, I started this cash account for the purposes of trading on NinjaTrader. We're trading with $10,000, $5,000 in the brokerage at a time, and then $5,000 off on the side. And if we need to reload, we got to reload. Ideally, we don't, but we will. I'm risking a max amount of $120 per trade, which is a 15-point stop loss on 4 lots. Or, if I need to move that risk around, say maybe I need a 20-point stop loss, then I'll only have 3 lots on. Either way, I have that $120 idea in my mind for max risk so that I'm only utilizing 1.2% of the capital at risk at a time. So, and I've modeled that, and I'll show you guys probably Monday when we go over the stats for the week. I'll pull up a equity curve simulator and a Monte Carlo simulation, and I'll show you how I came to that conclusion that that's a safe amount for me to risk. The way that my strategy works is I rely on about a 55% win rate with a 1.25 to 1.45 ideally profit factor. And the outliers help me out a lot, and they help me get to occasionally when I catch 4R 6R, that helps me out when I'm taking 1 to 2. But shoot, I missed that. Rats. We missed the short because I was talking about stuff. It's fine. That's just part of this process. Okay, sometimes you got to act so quick to grab those points, especially on NQ. But yeah, so the way my bracket works is it's a 15-point stop loss default, and then I usually take 1 or 2 of those off at 12 to 15 points, and then the other 2 are set, at much higher targets. So if I feel like I am in a trade with a bigger idea, like for example, down here, when I was in these, I was scaling out most of the position, adding back in, scale, but the ultimate target was VWAP. So, and that's just part of how this sets up for me. And we can talk about this trade setup too, if you want. I remember from yesterday, this 430 guy, he was very happy to buy. This had been previous resistance, obviously. This is a trend down, so I'm not buying this at all. Not touching it, 10-foot pole. And I'm not great at shorting, so I just kind of sit this out. Especially, it got pretty violent. It was not a clean trend. Once we broke out of this, and you can see the VWAP band turned from 45-degree angle to starts to flatten out right here, and that tells me that it's becoming more of a neutral distribution. So I'm happy to take some longs based on that 430 level from before. I was seeing bid be supported here, and the setup for me is to traverse back into value, which is the point of control, which also happened to be VWAP. So that's my ultimate target here. So it ended up being a 60-point runner. He had a destination, and I was happy to get out of it there. I don't know. Did that make sense? Am I just rambling? Omid, you never know. You never know if it's an iffy short or not. The context clues I have for the day are all pretty clear. This day is trending down. Look at this. Price didn't see a tick above the open. So, yeah, this is our RTH open right here. It's a flash sell basically, and then quick blip, more sell, So it's been punished. We are way short on the day. We lost the previous week high, so we're back in this balance area. Pull that up too if you want to see it. Yeah. So this is the top of this balance area that we have been in for since May 14th, give or take. It's this box, and this is all part of AutoPlot, which is an OFL tool. And you got to have 3 days outside of this thing to draw a new box. And you can see how tricky price can be. Puked out of it for a day, got right back in. Mooned out of it for a day, got right back in. So now we're just kind of rotating around this big volume node here. So we're back into some choppy action, unfortunately. Oh, thanks, Mark. I try. Yeah, I try. Yeah, Omni, you can all longs could be martingale. Don't say that. Man, this coffee's good. I encourage you to try it. Man, that's good. That's insane. You ever try something and you're like, why haven't I been doing this for forever? That's how I feel about this coffee thing. All right, 1026. Maybe that started anew. Came down and checked the 5-day point of control of 460. Terrible spot to bounce. Not a fan. Oh, Chris, the coffee drink is 30 grams of vanilla whey protein powder, and which is 2 scoops. I don't know if that's a universal thing or not. And then equal parts cold brew and almond milk. And it's insane. Oh, it's regular dawn. We don't need the decaf until the afternoon. Omid, I take trades a day. It depends. Because I get in and out a lot in the same trade. So I probably have 4 or 5 trade ideas on average for a day. Depending. But I mean, I might like this down here is one idea, but I probably executed 8 or 10 contracts in this area. But this was all actually this trade was 2 ideas. Short here, got stopped out. Short again, filled 3, got stopped, and then long to VWAP. So that was 1 idea, 2 ideas, because I flipped bias down here once I saw that 430 bid coming in. And then tried to stay long here for continuation higher. We got a couple off and then ultimately got stopped out here. This was kind of a re-entry. This is 460. I had no desire to take that, and I maybe missed it, so we'll see. Nice, Jose. Good for you. That's awesome. Notable mentors for me. Yeah, I mean, my mentors are I'm lucky that they're all my friends too. But Leo, big mentor for me. AJ, huge mentor for me as well. Job in Order Flow Labs, also big mentor. It's probably like the first Dom video I ever watched was a Job Dom video. Yeah, I also know, like, I don't know, mentor is I don't really have anything like that. But I have a lot of friends that are really good at trading, and I've learned a lot from them. Omni's in the chat. What are you called? Yeah, your actual name, Mihar. But yeah, that's Omni, and he trades too, and I've learned a lot from him. We actually trade very differently, but even though you trade differently than other people, there's still usually something to learn from them. I've learned a lot from Merritt over the years. I used to watch his SMB videos when I was first getting started. Yeah, it's just little bits that you can glean from here and there, and then you kind of put that all together to form your own style. And hopefully, you have people around you that help you, as you grow that style and refine it. You, you come into your own, and then the natural progression is like then you'll have people ask you questions, and then you can tell them the little tiny bits that you've learned that hopefully they can apply to their own trading. That seller's still up there, huh? This 500 dude is still pushing it. Yeah, Chris, drink this coffee for sure. It's really good. I'm probably not going to shut up about it for a little while. I'm going to make my wife one when as soon as I'm done with the thing, and she's going to be like, "What is this?" And I'm going to be like, "Just drink it. It's great." Oh, you having a bad day on me? That sucks, bud. I'm sorry. This day, yeah. I mean, this is not an easy day. That's a lot of selling. So big sell into the Europe close. I mean, we can go back. Wait, shoot, didn't even do that because it's like this price is a million miles away. But let's go back to the London Open here, 3 a.m. Eastern time, and this is our 30-second opening range. Very good pivot, as you can see. Once lost, retested, and we've been puking our guts out ever since. So London, pretty obviously net short going into the Open. And yeah, it seems like they're making people pay for it too. That was like straight down. 11:30 came and it was straight down. Omid says 15 points on the NQ. That seems like a blip. Yeah. I mean, it sometimes it's not. It just depends on the volatility of the day. That's why I said, sometimes I got to adjust that to 20, but I don't like to be any bigger than that. I can get in. I can get in for if I can't get in for 20 points, then I probably shouldn't be taking that trade. That's kind of how I feel about it. If I can't have a 20-point stop loss max, and I'm talking like 25 VIX, 20 VIX levels of volatility is when I got to move to 20. I mean, I think I had a 30-point stop loss when VIX was in the 30s. But that's kind of like, I don't know, that's like a tariff war only situation. I don't think I'm going to have to find that out again for a while. I hope not, because that was exhausting. I probably aged like 20 years in that 2 weeks. What else we got here? Yeah, baby, you don't like almond milk? That's fine. I don't get too deep into the, seed oils are bad for you, almonds are bad for you. There's fillers. I don't know. I just don't. Those just aren't battles that I want to fight. I like almond milk because I don't know. I don't really like normal milk, and it seems to be a good protein alternative. There's fillers in everything. I mean, there's tiny bits of plastic in everything that we consume. So you got to pick your battles. Jose, Jose needs Leo to mentor him. I mean, you should. You should. The big cat ain't cheap though. It's gonna be premium mentor bucks. But you get good things. You get good trading advice. You get a good, solid person to bounce your ideas off of, and coffee recipes. He really is a Renaissance man. Wild Giraffe asks, "Why are we down today?" No idea. I literally have no idea. Did we hit 420, Logan? Not quite. Not quite. I am going to try to jump in that. Terrible fill again. Yeah, we came down and we swept this 430 spot again. So we'll see if this seller is still trying to party. They're kind of playing tag on the Dom a little bit. So London's now closed. Got some good. That was a sweep. That was a sweep and a half. It's getting kind of sketch right now. Yeah, this is a counter trend trade again. So we got to be careful of it. We did get our delta flip, which is good. If we can get back over this weekly view up, that would be good. And kind of just sold straight down and then kicked off of that 430 guy again. And the bid is chasing it up. Now we're testing these lows, so we got to clear that too. Okay, we got one off. How happy is this bid? Happy enough to get past this 460? I don't know. Seller might be stepping back on it now. The thing I look at on the Dom is rats. It's for price to, follow up on the pulling and stacking. You want to see positions chase price up the ladder. That's a sign of buyer aggression. And then you can see the same thing on the offer as well. You can see seller aggression. There's definitely some robot program doing something right here. I don't know what it is. Ideally, I'd like my spot to be below that candle, but it's just not in the cards right now. More stacking. Yeah, gonna take me up. Let's see. 430 guy, you still there? There's some pretty big wiggles right here. Yeah, it looks like they're pressing into it though. Need to see some buy. So where are you at? There's my blue guys. Let's see if they get through or if they just get absorbed. They're trying. Need that offer to pull off though. You got to cross bid. You got to cross to make price go higher. Sometimes if you talk to it, it does what? It does some stuff. Yeah, I don't like it. Scratch out. Yeah, Logan, I don't know if we didn't quite get to 420. So we don't get to talk about the bane of my existence price today. Wild giraffe. No, I think I answered that already. Wait, what? I don't mentor. Yeah, I was just kidding. Somebody asked me about who my mentors were, and I said you were one of them. So you did at least mentor somebody. Maybe you didn't mean to. Ah, there it goes. This offer is still very heavy. Accidental mentoring. My selfie mirror. Why was I going long? I saw the supportive bid down here. But you know, it just became too much two-way tape for me. So I got out. This is a trade that didn't, so this is counter trend for sure on the day. It just didn't work fast enough for me. And you know, I saw the offer stepping back in and it's still there. This seller is still partying. So I maybe could have gotten an additional 10 points out of it, but that's not the goal for that trade. The goal would get back to 500, but I would need it. So we swept below these lows with this candle. And then I got in here. Actually, I got in here, got one off, got stopped out, and then got back in. But it just sat here for too long. It was getting smothered. And with a counter trend trade, I want that thing to work quickly. And it did not. So for those reasons, I was out. That's a VWAP band, Abhay. I don't use a Bollinger Band. Yeah, the London 30-second opening range. Yeah, it's just that's exactly that. I use it as a pivot for the overnight session, kind of to understand where overnight positioning might be, that sort of thing. Those are called boomer bands. All right, I'll ask the resident boomer. I think Deli's Generation X. He's not allowed to say boomer. I think only Jim is. I think they have that in Jim's contract. Man, that's good. Good grief, that's good. Oh, thanks, Sir VWAP. See you, bud. I appreciate you too. Yeah, I just putting in work down here. My goodness. This is all of this absorption. Somebody just lifted, like 120 lots at 448. Bid's still there. I don't know. Yeah, there's some sort of high frequency trading robot going on. I'll try to lean on those guys and see if I can get something done. Just two. Let's try to get into a small position and see if this is going to push lower and continue low for the day. This normally doesn't really. This is kind of maybe like a B setup. But if it's going to work, it's going to work, and we can add to it once we get down in here. If we lose these stops and want to go check out that low. Looks pretty good, though. Bye, boo. You going to work? That sucks. Wife's got to go to the office. That's never good. Abu, you want to flush the 410? I mean, fine. That's fine. There's still a bid down here though, so I don't. Yeah, it's going to take a while to crack this if it cracks. You can see we rejected this previous support at 60s here, and we couldn't get back above the weekly VWAP. And it is Thursday, so the weekly VWAP is, you know, powerful, usable. I like to give that the weekly VWAP at least 2 days to start working. Yikes. Okay, we got one. Got one off. Let's just scoot this down here. Move to 1 for my ads if I get any. Good grief, 430. It's like he's got something to prove, you know. Don't know what it is. That got eaten right up. Time's at 11:45. Here's where that seller was sitting. 448. Yeah, it's going to take forever to crack this 430 guy. I think it took forever to crack him yesterday, too. Hmm. Let's see if he's still up here. Try to get above that. So let's see. We have 44, 54, 62. So that's a little wide. So we have to keep that in mind. I just want to be above. I want to be above this. I want to be above this 60 retest. I'm going to make this idea work. And we got to break this 30 guy. It's going to be easier said than done. It'll probably happen at 12:01 when I'm off the stream. Live, laugh, trades. Good morning to you as well. I've taken a total of 4 trade ideas today. We are, we're a little red for now. The day is young. I've decided I need to care much less about the performance of this account and just go back to just trading it. Something happens to me whenever I put something new into my trading. I find myself always having a drawdown when I change something. And so, starting a brokerage account, starting this new idea where I share stats with everybody and being really open and really candid about, my actual trade performance is, it's stressful. So whenever you add another, factor of stress to your trading, it's going to affect you. And I found that it was affecting me on Tuesday, big time. And the account went down $250, which is a total normal drawdown to have for a day on that level of account. But it was driving me crazy, and so I realized that I was getting emotional about it. All right, 420, where you at? 420, blaze it. You better fill that guy. It's close. He's 2 ticks away. Get him. Can we do it? Ah, trying so hard. Oh, it's so dumb. Oh, I hate this stupid price. There you go. Up, not quite. There he goes. He got filled on that one. All right, I'll take one off. And then, we're just going to try to hold on to this and see if we get continuation or if we're going to bounce at 420 for the meme. Seems like we are. There she is, Logan. Congratulations. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Live Laugh Trades. Good luck to you too. Did they not fill 420 to the tick? No, they didn't. 420.50 is all that got traded. 2 lots got traded at 420.50. But yeah, they chased it for sure. I still like this. I mean, this is nasty, but I don't know. I guess there was a little LV in here. That's also the value area low right here, 421. So if we only get 20 points out of it, that's fine. Freaking 420, man. Haunts me. Haunts me. Boop. There we go. This is the VWAP from that last leg too, is right here. I don't know if I want to add another one or not. It seems like the bid is around now. Still one selected? Okay, just making sure. I don't want to get caught pressing these lows. That often happens to me. That's also why I'm bad at managing short trades. Well, that's a pretty strong bid. Look at those sweeps. The blue guys are here to party. Good grief. Now, do they get anywhere or not? So is this absorption going to be rejection or are they going to get rewarded? That's what we're waiting to see play out. Yeah. Good enough. Good enough. Ablano and Tire Pandas. When you sell, you buy. I don't know what you mean, bud. Oh yeah, XY. Sorry. Hey, good morning, buddy. Good morning. Yeah, the chat could use some more likes. It could always use more likes. And we appreciate it. We appreciate your service on the like train.
Oh,
Hey, Jim.
how's it going, brother?
Oh, it's fine. Just trying to do the thing that I'm not very good at, which is get on this short continuation. There's a lot of absorption.
No. You're good at it. You're good at it. You're doing it. I like this.
I don't know. Feels sketch. All short trades do to me though. I just feel like I've been popped in the mouth enough times. Yeah, it's so much bid. So much bid.
Yeah, but I mean, I like your entry. I like your stop. Oh no, that was it.
That's it. Don't like it. I feel like the stop's gonna get popped here. I'll take this trade at 12:01 when we're done. that could be that's probably gonna be the winner. They get that absorption bubble though. We'll try it again.
Oh my goodness! This afternoon, you're back this afternoon, right? With Leo.
That's right. The Stowe and Big Cat show closing out the Thursday. I love doing that. It's my favorite part of the week.
Yeah.
That dude's probably short from like 300 points above right now. I bet. Leo, what's your position? He's the pro at shorting between all of us, I think.
Yeah.
Mission Control just asked if I can hang out for a couple minutes so we can maybe see if the 12 o'clock me getting off the stream jinx is real or fake today, Jim.
No, we're gonna get Cheyenne at 12 because the Energy Information Administration pushed back their inventory report because of the Monday holiday. It's
Oh,
today,
okay.
and it's going to be at 12 noon. So we'll get Cheyenne here to tell us what's going on with it and
Okay.
help us understand it. So
Oh yeah, I did see that crude was today, and I was like, is it Wednesday? That messed with me. Because
yeah,
crude's always on Wednesdays, right?
crude's always on Wednesdays and at 10:30 East Coast time, and then nat gas reports on Thursdays at 10:30. And so
Okay.
when there's a holiday, they push back the crude oil report one day, and usually they did it, but they used to do it at 11. It was like
Okay.
10:30, 11, double whammy. For today, I maybe haven't been paying attention, but it's not until 12 noon. So
Fair
if
enough.
my understanding is correct, and we're going to be straightened out here in a minute when Tracy pops in. So
So we also have 3 Fed speakers today. Kugler, Daly, and Logan. I don't know Kugler and Logan at all. Daly rings a bell.
yeah, I think Lori Logan, I think is if my memory serves me right, is the Dallas Fed chair.
Okay.
Yeah, she's pretty bright. I like her. I mean,
That's
they're all
cool.
pretty bright, but I mean, she explains things well.
Do you have to say that? Is that
No.
for when you get elected to the Fed, they're going to go back through your NinjaTrader streams and be like, he did say Laura was bright that time. We should let him in, I think.
I'll tell you though, it would be a treat. It would be on my bucket list to sit in the room, not say anything, but sit in a room during an FOMC meeting. Imagine this giant oval table
Oh, dude,
with
so
all the
sick.
Fed people, with the staff, and all this stuff going on, and you get the premium bagels, cream cheese lox in the middle of the table with the really good coffee. I
Oh
mean, we
yeah.
just have to sneak in your protein powder, and we'll have a party.
Dude, yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about the snacks. Man, they're going to have great snacks. Oh man. That's the good. All right, that should be our goal. I got 2. I'll add that to the bucket list with the World Series of Poker. Maybe we can get
Oh
one of
man.
those. We can get one of those 2 things done, Jim, between the 2 of us.
I'd be watching you playing that on TV, and then when they showed the other guy's cards, I'd be like sending you a signal. Like,
I like where your head's at. I like where your head's at with that, Jim. Hey, the short work, dude. You were right.
yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one. You know, this is a classic case. I mean, after the London initial balance, it's like this market reversed during that London initial balance
Mhm.
and then never looked back. And this is, once this morning again, when Tracy explained how this tariff news wasn't really bullish, then the market was listening to the NinjaTrader Live this morning, and then everyone got short.
Yep. We have this little gap. Shoot, almost got filled. Whoops. I'm gonna see if we can hold down here. Fill this gap. Or this might be a single print, not a gap. I'm not sure. They're both the same color on my chart.
All right. We do have some breaking news here, Sto. So thank you for being here.
Okay.
I'm going to pull in
Sounds
Shai
good.
to walk us through it, man. I'll see you this afternoon. Thank you so
All right,
much.
sounds good. Thank you, chat. See you later.
All right, all right. There she is.
Hey, how are you doing? So we have crude inventories up. EIA just sent out a tweet or an X post yesterday and said it was at noon. Why? They didn't give a reason, so I don't know why it wasn't at 11 today, but it's at noon. Slackers over there at the Department of Energy, I suppose. So we have crude inventories coming up. Expectation is plus 1 million barrels. We were, our crappy came in yesterday at a little over minus 4 million barrels. So we will see what this looks like. All right. So crude inventories minus 2.795 million. Cushing, which is the actual contractor trading, is plus 75,000. Distillate stocks minus 724,000, and gasoline inventories huge draw at minus 2.441 million. Overall, this is a rather bullish report with withdrawals in products and crude inventories. So let's take a look at where we are sitting. Give me 1 second. So at 440.4 million barrels, we've got crude inventories are about 6% below the 5-year average for this time of year. Total motor gasoline inventories are about 3% below the 5-year average for this time of year, and distillate inventories are about 17% below the 5-year average for this time of year. So again, rather bullish report there.
Yeah, so I pulled up a chart. I have a 15-minute chart on my screen right now, and you can see this green candle kind of trying to percolate its way up. It had that initial kind of blast up to the high of the candle, which was 61.26. Right now we're tracking 61.16. So far, not a lot of follow through just yet, but it's early.
Yeah, I mean, I think overriding news for crude oil right now is the whole tariff situation, being that it's not as bullish. We saw oil spike overnight as well as we did with the indices. Since then, it's given up most of that back, if not more so, as well as we've seen that in the indices. Just because of what we talked about this morning is that really this is a very small percentage of total tariffs. They are filing an appeal, and there are other mechanisms they can use to reinstate these tariffs.
Totally makes sense. I mean, right now we have and I'll use some vernacular from Order Flow Labs guys. We have an LVN here, a low volume node, that I just highlighted with my region highlight tool right now. I mean, just look at that. It's acting as resistance every single candle after the initial balance. So it's struggling to find some ground to the upside. I think it's happy where it's at right now. Shai.
Looks that way.
All right.
And
well,
that's all we have.
Yeah, thanks for popping in. So I'm looking forward to our hot commodity segment at 2:30 East Coast time, everybody. We're going to be talking about some of these awesome markets with me and Tracy. Thanks for being here with us this morning. Appreciate everybody in the chat. You guys were great today, as usual. And we had some great guests, certainly some entertaining guests this morning. Having said all that, everybody, we'll see you at 2:30 East Coast time, and relax and get a nice lunch and chill a little bit.